Chapter 43-27. Summoning. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. Soon after, he thought of something and the expression on his face instantly became strange. He suddenly thought of the primordial ancestor of the demon race. He had only found out about this when the Devil Emperor, Mo Zhutian, told him about it all those years ago. All of this seemed to be related to the mysterious mother planet. The bloodline primordial ancestor of the demon race came from the mother planet. When he came to the first universe, he had several descendants and followers from other races with him. The Abyss Devil race of the first universe was the descendant of a descendant of the bloodline primordial ancestor who had lived in this world. Later on, the bloodline primordial ancestor and his descendants, as well as followers from other races, left the first universe and embarked on a journey to find their way back to their mother planet. However, the descendant of the primordial ancestor who left the demon race's bloodline in the first universe left behind his descendants and became the first and second generation descendants of the demon race. They had been guarding the demon race's ancestral land ever since. Among them, the first generation descendant was an undying emperor. He was in seclusion for tens of thousands of years. Once he broke through, he would become an undying emperor. In the current three main planes of the universe, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was invincible. That primordial ancestor had several descendants, and the one who left behind the demon race's bloodline was only one of them. There was also a human and a beast who left behind descendants in the three main planes of the universe. Mosquito Butcher was a descendant of another primordial ancestor. He was a close relative of the demon tribe. Crazy Mosquito Emperor was the descendant of a ferocious beast follower of the primordial ancestor. Although he wasn't a demon, he had a close relationship with the demon race. At least, they were on the same side. Besides, Mosquito Butcher and Crazy Mosquito Emperor were of the same generation as the first-generation descendant of the demon race. They were the clones of the first-generation descendant of the mysterious primordial ancestor and the descendant of the ancient ferocious mosquito that followed him. From this point, it was inferred that the original bodies of Mosquito Butcher and Mad Mosquito Empress were at least Regis realm. However, as clones, Mosquito Butcher and Mad Mosquito Empress seemed to have been sealed in their bodies. Coincidentally, they had both lost their memories. They did not even know where their original bodies were. He had no idea where he had gone. Yi Xian had almost forgotten about this matter. But now, he suddenly heard Shui Ben say that there seemed to be a mysterious power calling out to him from the void in the distance to the left. Yi Xian suddenly thought of something. He started this matter. Shui Ben was already an official level undying. Not only was his divine sense strong, but he was also extremely sensitive to everything related to him. Since he felt this mysterious calling, then it definitely existed. It couldn't be an illusion. If a marquis could have this kind of illusion, then it would be a joke. However, as a mid-stage king, Yi Xian didn't have the slightest reaction to it. Even the elephantine sable, who had 1/3 of the treasure-seeking mouse bloodline in his body, didn't feel anything out of the ordinary. Just this alone was enough to explain the mysteriousness of this mysterious summoning power. It was extraordinary. Besides, Shui Ben didn't feel this mysterious calling before. Instead, it was after he completed his bloodline atavism and became a pure desolate ancient fierce mosquito, putting everything together. If there were no accidents, the mysterious calling power in the distance to the left was most likely related to the desolate ancient fierce mosquito empress. It was either the original body of Mad Mosquito Empress or other desolate ancient fierce mosquito empress. Moreover, the former was more likely, because the Mad Mosquito Emperor was Shui Ben's father. His missing original self and Shui Ben actually had this kind of relationship. There was the most direct karma between the two of them, and they could vaguely feel the call of their bloodline. Naturally, it was more intense. There's another possibility. After saying the first two possibilities, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He continued, after all, this is a fragment of the void of the great desolate world, and it's boundlessly vast. It's very likely that this is the main body of that great desolate world. If that's the case, then this mysterious mother planet might be in a certain direction in this fragment. and the bloodline primordial ancestor of the demon race left with a few of his descendants and the desolate ancient fierce mosquito that followed him in order to find a way back to their ancestral planet. To a certain extent, it's very likely that they are in this fragment of the void. In this fragment of the void. If that's really the case, then the mysterious calling you feel is very likely to come from the desolate ancient fierce mosquito that followed the demon race primordial ancestor, which is your grandfather. At this point, Yi Xian was the first to get excited. His eyes were shining, and his breathing was rapid. That demon race primordial ancestor had existed for too long. His identity and background were mysterious, and his cultivation must be extremely powerful. This was something that was set in stone. There was no doubt about it. Even the two young juniors beside him, as well as the desolate ancient ferocious mosquito that followed him, had left behind 3 descendants in the 3 great starry sky main planes of the current world. They were the ancestral descendants of the devil cultivator, as well as the original bodies of the mad mosquito emperor and the mosquito slayer old ghost. It was very likely that they were emperors. Then, the descendants by his side and the desolate ancient fierce mosquito that followed him were at least emperors. Even the last 5 realms, which were Universe Knights, Universe Masters, Universe Supreme, and one of the realms among the great beings of the Primordial Era and Primordial Era Supreme. As for the demon race primordial ancestor himself, according to Yi Xian's estimation, he was at least a Universe Supreme, and there was even a 30% chance that he was a true great being of the Primordial Era. This was a living, powerful being of the Primordial Era at his peak. Even in this mysterious space fragment of the Primordial Era, he was definitely an existence that could do whatever he wanted. If he could get on his good side with the relationship between Yi Xian and the demon race, as well as the relationship between Mosquito Butcher Old Devil and Mad Mosquito Emperor, if he could borrow his power, how awesome would that be? What large space forbidden lands, top-tier space forbidden lands, and so on, he could simply ignore them completely. Thinking about this, Yi Xian immediately turned to look at Xue Ben, who was already dumbfounded. He rubbed his hands and couldn't wait to ask, "Brother Xue Ben, that mysterious calling power you sensed, how far is it? How about we go now? Let's rush over immediately, there's no time to lose." This, according to my intuition, the source of this mysterious calling power seems to be extremely far away, and it's definitely not something that can be reached in 3 to 5 years. Besides, Xue Ben's expression gradually became strange, and in the end, he even shook his head and smiled bitterly. He faintly sighed and then continued, "Besides, perhaps because my cultivation is still too weak, although I can feel the existence of this mysterious calling power, it's intermittent." Yes, but it was intermittent and not very clear. Chapter 43:28. If that's the case, then we can only put it aside for now. There's no rush anyway. Let's wait until you become an emperor first. When you're stronger, perhaps you'll be able to sense the summoning more clearly. After a moment of depression, Yi Xian nodded helplessly. It's about time. I should return to the blood mosquito battle armor and enter a deep sleep to digest the large amount of blood marrow charcoal maggots I devoured earlier. Xue Ben stood up and clasped his hands at Yi Xian. Without saying anything else, he turned around and left. Remember to throw that old sable out. Yi Xian suddenly thought of the elephant fox sable and quickly reminded, there's still a battle armor kinetic race's bloodline evolution resource that hasn't been confirmed yet. Don't slack off. Xue Ben's voice came from the front. Don't worry, throw him out immediately. As he finished speaking, he had already entered the core of the blood mosquito battle armor. Shortly after, a flash of light was thrown out from the core of the battle armor. It was the elephant fox sable. This old man was rather comfortable and had actually fallen asleep. Clearly, he was digesting the massive amount of energy he had devoured earlier. Now that he was thrown out of the core of the beehive by Xue Ben, he actually hadn't woken up yet. Shio. Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the blood mosquito battle talisman into the undying world within his body. At the same time, he caught the elephant fox mink in front of him. Seeing that this old fellow wouldn't wake up in a short period of time, he was speechless. Forget it. Anyway, the problem of my unstable state of mind has been solved. And when Brother Shui Ben broke through earlier, my state of mind improved again because of the knot in my heart. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Since the elephant fox sable is also in a deep sleep, I won't be in a hurry to continue my journey. I'll stay here and break through again while the iron is hot. When the old sable wakes up, I'll continue my journey. Xiu. Xiu xiu xiu. In the next instant, Yi Xian waved his hand and took out a large amount of cultivation resources from the farmer god cauldron. 10 drops of all evil origin liquid, 200 cubic meters of purple gold top-grade flesh medicine, and various top-grade treasures and body-tempering materials. Immediately afterward, as he stepped above the mouth of the Shenong cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored mist, the power of the cauldron field was also activated. The cultivation resources suspended in the void were compressed in the blink of an eye, turning into a ball the size of an infant's fist, and were swallowed by him. Then it rolled into his stomach. The breakthrough had begun, boom. In the next moment, a loud explosion sounded out from within Yi Xian's body. The ball that he swallowed instantly transformed into an incomparably majestic river of energy, and an aura that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and the earth spread throughout Yi Xian's body's 4 limbs and 100 bones. The skeleton surged like a raging flood. Almost at the same time, Yi Xian's entire body blossomed with a dazzling radiance. His 1.08 billion pores all over his body were gushing with multicolored light. His entire person was like a deity, blossoming with dazzling brilliance. Hua! Walala! The clanging sound of chains that covered the sky and covered the earth also sounded out at this moment, continuing without end. Within Yi Xian's body, 2 thick shackles appeared out of nowhere and slowly swayed. The river of energy in his bones was surging, shaking the shackles inside his body all the time. The deafening noises were so loud that it felt like the world was falling apart. Yi Xian suffered endless pain every second. There was no telling how long it took, but when he finally regained his consciousness, he found that the continuous noises inside his body were gone. The 2 shackles that had appeared inside his body earlier were torn apart and gradually disappeared. As the 2 extremely thick shackles were finally completely broken, the anticipated system prompt quickly sounded out in Yi Xian's mind. Moreover, it was repeated twice in a row, causing one to be overjoyed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the ancient Dongshu arts. Your current level is the 6th level of the Star Lord state. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the physical state. Your current level is the 6th level of the Star Lord state. He had made 2 breakthroughs in a row again. This time, the improvement of his state of mind brought him extraordinary benefits. Yi Xian had reached the peak of the middle level of the Emperor rank. His original body had only been in the 4th level of the Emperor rank before, but once he activated the bloodline power of the ancient demonic ape in his body, he could instantly reach the 5th level of the Emperor rank. Once he used the 6th transformation of the 9 demonic ape, his combat strength would immediately soar to the 2nd level of the Emperor rank. Now that his original body had broken through twice in a row and reached the 6th level of the Immortal Emperor, after activating the demonic ape bloodline in his body, Yi Xian would instantly enter the 7th level of the Immortal Emperor, which was the late stage of this realm. If he used the bloodline power of the 9 demonic ape and entered the 6th transformation, his combat strength would reach the 4th level of the Emperor rank. Compared to the beginning of the 2nd level of the Emperor rank, his combat strength would be greatly improved. If one were to include the boundless blood essence energy within the giant devil ape true body, the current Yi Xian would be able to fight even if he were to encounter a 5th or even 6th order Emperor Immortal. As long as he wasn't a late Emperor, he wouldn't be in any danger of dying. Roar! After breaking through, before Yi Xian could open his eyes, an incomparably excited howl sounded out in his ears. It was clearly the voice of that old fellow, the elephant fox sable. It was as if he had just been injected with chicken blood, and it wasn't just one needle. When he broke through earlier, Yi Xian stepped into the mouth of the Shenong cauldron that was filled with 9-colored fog and sat down cross-legged. Old Diao wasn't thrown into the Shenong cauldron by him, but instead allowed him to lie on his right shoulder and sleep soundly. Fox Martin was only a foot long, so it was as light as a feather. It didn't affect him at all. At this moment, since this old man could howl, and he was howling with such vigor, it was obvious that he had already awakened. If there were no accidents, he had most likely made a breakthrough. These howls were clearly a sign of him showing off. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yixian opened his eyes and subconsciously grabbed Fox Martin, who was still lying on his shoulder, and threw him out of the cauldron. Looking closely, it was indeed so. Before this, the elephant fox ferret was only at level 1 Marquis realm. But now, after absorbing all the energy in his body, this old man was obviously at level 3 Marquis realm. He had reached the peak of level 3 Marquis realm. To be able to break through 2 small levels in a row at the Marquis level was extremely rare. No wonder the old guy was so excited, roaring like a wolf. Boss, I broke through. And it's 2 levels in a row. I just want to ask, how can such an amazing thing happen? Chapter 43:29. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the farmer god cauldron turned into a streak of light and was absorbed into Yixian's undying world. Of the 4 great war caras, the cultivation resources required for 3 of them have been settled. Now, there's only the last war cara left. However, the war cara's war cara is different from the slime race. It's a special kind of insectoid, and its unique biological wave contains a certain amount of the law of time, which is why it's suitable for the evolution of this race's bloodline. Hence, it's extremely rare. Currently, I have one, but its effect is average and there's not much of it. I'll have to rely on you for this. As he spoke, Yixian turned to look at the elephantine, his eyes flashing as he paused for a moment before continuing. There's still half a journey to the forbidden rising sun, and we'll reach it in about 20 days. You'll have to work a little harder and pay more attention along the way. Try to find the cultivation resources required before we reach the forbidden rising Sunday. That way, not only will you be credited with a great merit, you won't have to stay by my side after you're done. You can enter the farmer god cauldron's internal space like the green ox and cultivate in peace, breaking through to the perfect 9th level of Marquis Immortal. Once you reach the 9th level, you'll become a king of ferals in just a few days after consuming the level 22 pellet I've given you. Those simple words caused the elephantine's face to flush and his breathing to quicken. He yearned for the title of king too much, and from what Yixian said, as long as he could find the last cultivation resource suitable for the evolution of the slime race's bloodline, he would be able to obtain resources. He would be able to immediately enter the farmer god cauldron's internal space with large amounts of cultivation resources and cultivate in peace. At this moment, he was already at rank 3 Marquis Immortal realm. To reach rank 9, he only needed 6 breakthroughs. With the help of a huge amount of top-grade cultivation resources, he only needed 6 breakthroughs. In Elephant Fox Ferret's eyes, it wouldn't take much time. 1 year was enough. 1 year. As long as I complete this last mission, I will be able to become a king in 1 year. At this point, the elephantine ferret no longer hesitated. With a flash of its body, it scuttled to Yixian's right shoulder. It crouched down and urged him on the spot. Boss, I won't say anything else. Let's go. I can't wait any longer. Yixian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Although he did not say anything, he did not delay any further. With a flash of his body, he instantly brought along the old Martin, who was lying on his shoulder, and transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the distant void in front of them. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the horizon. The last half of the journey to the rising sun forbidden land would take about 20 days. Now, 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye. They were already halfway through this half of the journey, but they did not gain anything along the way. In another 10 days or so, they would reach the border of the rising sun forbidden land. If they did not make any discoveries in the last 10 days, the matter of finding suitable cultivation resources for the evolution of the slime race bloodline in a short period of time would be ruined instantly. At the thought that if they did not complete this mission, they would not be able to be like the green ox and enter the farmer god cauldron with large amounts of top-grade cultivation resources to cultivate in seclusion, the elephantine ferret was so anxious that it scratched its ears and cheeks. It was even more anxious than Yixian. After another 2 days, there was finally some movement in the void in front of them. This time, there was no warning from the elephantine ferret at all. Instead, it was Yi Xian who was the first to discover the abnormality. Because everything in the void in front of them was too obvious, as long as one was not blind, anyone could see it. The reason why the elephantine ferret did not warn Yi Xian before he discovered it was because Yi Xian was a king after all. Furthermore, he had activated the devil ape bloodline in his body and transformed into the violent star ape form to travel. That was why he displayed it. His cultivation level was at the late stage of the 7th level king realm. The divine sense of a late-stage king was extremely powerful. Even though they were still hundreds of millions of miles away, Yi Xian had already detected the movement in a remote corner of the void in front of them. In the next instant, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering the demonic star vines. Do you want to collect the demonic vine marrow immediately? Demonic vine marrow? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He immediately retrieved all the relevant information from the information database of the devouring system in his body. After browsing for a while, Yi Xian's eyes lit up even more. This kind of thing was actually effective for the evolution of the slime race bloodline, and the effect was very strong. It could be said that it was extremely rare. Boss, you seem to have discovered something? Is it the kind of resource we are looking for? Just as Yi Xian was excited, the elephant fox mink's suspicious voice sounded in his ears. This old man still hadn't discovered the demonic star vines in front of him. After all, they were hundreds of millions of miles apart. Even though he was an official level undying, if he didn't extend his divine sense in this direction, he wouldn't be able to discover it. However, the old sable was lying in Yi Xian's right shoulder, so he was naturally extremely sensitive to the changes in Yi Xian's mood. He immediately sensed Yi Xian's uncontrollable excitement, and when he asked, other than suspicion, there was also a hint of doubt in his tone. There was a strong sense of expectation in his tone. Your mission has been completed. Go and train in seclusion. Yi Xian didn't reply directly. However, his words had already explained everything. As he spoke, he waved his hand and the elephant fox mink, who was lying in Yi Xian's right shoulder socket, disappeared instantly. Yi Xian directly sent him into the internal space of the Shenong cauldron. At the same time, Yi Xian took out a large amount of top-grade training resources from his undying world. Among them, there were 100 cubic meters of purple gold top-grade flesh medicine. In addition to the other resources, it was enough for the old mink to raise his strength to the pinnacle of the 9th level undying world. After swallowing a level 22 pill and successfully breaking through to the Emperor Undying World, he would use it to stabilize his realm. After doing all of this, Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. A light flashed through his eyes as his figure shot out in an instant. In a short period of time, he traversed hundreds of millions of kilometers of space and arrived at the secluded space that he had discovered earlier. His body slowly slowed down. Yi Xian raised his head and swept his gaze to the right. His gaze landed on an abandoned star a million miles away. The corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. This demonic star vines was quite good at concealment. No wonder it wasn't discovered by other fierce beasts or survivors passing by in this space. At this moment, even though Yi Xian was only a million miles away from its hiding place, he extended his divine sense. Chapter 43:30. Come out, you've been exposed. With a cold smile on his face, Yi Xian's gaze was locked onto the incomparably enormous abandoned star that didn't have the slightest bit of life even under the detection of his late-stage conferred Emperor stage spiritual sense. His tone was firm. As long as you hand over all the demonic vine marrow, I won't make things difficult for you and will leave. Yi Xian said the demonic vine marrow, which undoubtedly pointed out the other's identity and origin. If he hadn't found some clues, he wouldn't have been able to do so. Screech. The demonic star vine hidden in the giant abandoned planet instantly realized what was happening. It no longer hid itself, and a shocking screech came from the inside of the giant planet. It echoed for millions of kilometers, and even the people inside the planet were shocked. The void trembled slightly under the ravaging of this sharp and ruthless howl, and a faint buzzing sound could be heard. Violent ape, how dare you target me? Don't you think you're too arrogant? As the roar sounded, A soft voice of divine sense soon came out from the giant abandoned star in front of him. Although the other party was a plant life form and had no human language, divine sense could transmit any information in the communication between starry sky powerhouses. Because there was no race to hinder. At the same time, a powerful and terrifying aura surged from the inside of the planet. This was a king-ranked plant life form, and it wasn't an ordinary king-ranked plant life form, but a king-ranked pinnacle king-ranked 9th stage. Half-step king-ranked. No wonder this star sky demon vine had such a divine sense voice. As a half-step king-ranked, even compared to star beasts, it was a plant life form with weaker battle strength. However, facing a mere king-ranked 7th stage violent ape, this star sky demon vine was very confident. The battle prowess of plant life forms was on the weaker side, but that was only when compared to star beasts of the same level. However, although the one that had just arrived was a star violent ape, which was known for its ferocious and tyrannical nature, its cultivation was 2 stages lower than the star violent ape, so the star demonic vine was completely unafraid of it. In fact, if a battle to the death really broke out, it was even confident that it could kill this star sky violent ape in one fell swoop. Xiao! Poo, pew, pew. As the king-ranked star sky demon vine's warning voice faded away, a sharp sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out from the giant abandoned planet that had been completely locked down by Yixian's aura. Along with this sharp piercing sound, there were also a large number of muffled popping sounds. This was caused by the layers of soil and rocks on the surface being pushed and rolled in all directions. Looking over, on the surface of the giant abandoned planet in the void in front of him, which could not be detected even by the powerful divine senses of a king-ranked expert, there was actually a giant vine that was thousands of miles thick breaking through the surface of the ground. It was like a terrifying giant serpent in the starry sky, soaring into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the blood-red vine that rushed out from the ground directly spread into the void of the universe beyond the thin atmosphere of the star. Its length was hundreds of thousands of miles. Moreover, its surface was covered with ferocious blood-red barbs, which were densely packed. At a glance, it instantly sent chills down one's spine. This was indeed a demonic vine. Now, it had only revealed a part of the vine that might not be the main body, but it was already so ferocious. Although it was a plant life form, its ferocity was not weaker than most of the star beasts. At the same time, as this blood-red demonic vine rushed out from the surface of the abandoned planet like a demonstration, the star sky demon vine's soft and gentle divine senses voice rang out again at this moment. Violent ape, this is the last time I'm warning you. If you leave now, you will be killed. Arrogant? Kill this king? It seems like you don't understand the situation. Seeing that the other party was tough and actually threatened and warned him, Yixian shook his head. The corner of his mouth was still smiling coldly, but his face instantly darkened, and his eyes were extremely gloomy. He raised his head and let out a shocking roar. Demonic Ape 9 changes. 6th transformation. Following this furious roar, the power within Yixian's body instantly surged, as if a raging river was roaring. His limbs and bones surged with an endless amount of ferocious intent, and a terrifying amount of qi and blood that caused one's hair to stand on end gushed out from his body. In the blink of an eye, his body, which was originally only 30 meters tall, rapidly expanded like a balloon. In less than 3 breaths of time, he had already reached a height of 10 million meters, like a human-shaped star. This was not all. At the same time that the size of the star sky violent ape skyrocketed, the cultivation aura emitted from its body was also 10 million feet tall. Previously, when it was in the true form of the demonic ape, the cultivation aura emitted from its body was at the 7th level of the king immortal realm. When the 6th transformation appeared, the cultivation aura emitted from the star sky violent ape's body had reached the terrifying 4th level of the king immortal realm. This was not an ordinary 4th level king immortal realm. The star sky violent ape's body was 10 million feet tall, and its vitality was so majestic that it made one's hair stand on end. An ordinary 4th level king immortal was far from being its opponent. Its true battle strength was comparable to an ordinary 6th level king immortal realm. The peak of the mid-level of this realm. Roar. As the sixth transformation of the demonic ape was completed, the giant star-sky violent ape raised its head and let out another roar. The surrounding stars in the void seemed to be responding to this roar, and in the blink of an eye, they trembled slightly under this earth-shattering roar. In fact, Yixian did not even activate the power in his body with this roar. Just the shock wave of this roar alone had such terrifying power. In the next instant, the star-sky violent ape's eyes shot out two blazing red lights, and it turned its head to look at the giant abandoned star millions of miles away. Its divine sense locked on, and without moving, it punched out. "This is what you asked for. Since you are not willing to hand over the Devil Vine Essence Serum, then this king will take it myself." Boom! Almost in the next instant, in the void millions of miles away, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. The abandoned star that was locked on by the star-sky violent ape exploded without any suspense. It was simply unable to resist the terrifying power of this punch. As for the vast void along the way of this punch, it was not damaged in the slightest. It was completely unaffected. Screech. Chapter 43:31. Swish. Swish, swish, swish. The earth-shattering sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Even Yixian, who had been mentally prepared, was caught off guard when he saw this scene. His jaw dropped, and his face was full of surprise. As Yixian activated the 9 Devil Ape transformation bloodline ability to the 6th transformation, his cultivation instantly soared to the 4th Order Emperor realm. His body also grew to 10 million feet tall, and with a single punch, he destroyed the giant aura lock on him. The abandoned star was smashed into pieces. The entire body of the astral demon vine, which had been hibernating inside the star, was finally exposed to the void. It was too huge. Its main body was a huge plant sphere. It was like a large planet. Countless blood-colored demonic vines covered with barbs extended out from the sphere. Each vine was 10 million zhang long and incomparably thick. There were at least several thousand of them. It was like a giant python in the universe, waving wildly in the void millions of miles ahead. This plant life was not only a king-ranked existence, but also not an ordinary one. It was at the peak of the 9th Order Emperor realm, which was half a step away from the Emperor realm. The terrifying plant's spiritual energy in its body was so vast that it made one's hair stand on end. Although it was not as big as the astral demon vine. Although the Starry Sky Berserk Ape was comparable to the Starry Sky Berserk Ape, at least in terms of size, the difference between the two was not that big. At this moment, as the tens of thousands of python-like vines of the astral demon vine danced wildly in the void, its incomparably huge body was like a jellyfish swimming in the sea, rapidly shooting into the void behind it. In the blink of an eye, it traveled tens of millions of miles. Moreover, perhaps it was because the power contained in these tens of thousands of vines was too majestic. At this moment, as it waved crazily at an extremely fast speed, there were dense cracking sounds in the void along the way. This was clearly the void was about to collapse. The rhythm of this collapse, the style of the situation changed too quickly. Just a moment ago, this half-step Emperor Realm Star Demon Vine was incomparably arrogant. It was so arrogant that it revealed a blood-colored vine covered in barbs as if it was demonstrating its power. It even threatened Yixian. But now, when it realized that its opponent this time was actually a middle-stage Emperor Realm expert whose strength was so terrifying that it felt completely powerless, the Starry Sky Demonic Vine actually didn't utter a single word and directly utilized its full strength to flee at top speed. "You're pretty straightforward, but don't you think it's too late to escape now?" A cold glint flashed in the violent star ape's eyes. With a flip of its right hand, the big-headed black stick transformed from the Shen-Nong pestle appeared once again. It was dragged behind it. With a large stride, its terrifying body that was millions of feet long was like a huge meteor in an instant. He shot forward. This Starry Sky Demonic Vine's cultivation was not weak. It had reached the half-step Celestial Emperor realm, and its main body and tens of thousands of blood-red vines that were like giant pythons were densely covered with sharp barbs. It was impossible for a plant life form of this level to be too simple. Even with the strength of the violent star ape's physical body, If it were to directly attack with its bare hands, its flesh would very likely be pierced through by these seemingly insignificant barbs. If it had some strange poison or something like that, it would be extremely troublesome at that time. Therefore, out of caution, Yixian did not intend to directly kill the opponent with his bare hands. Instead, he took out the big-headed black stick and prepared to brazenly kill the opponent. Although the starry sky demonic vine's speed was not slow, with tens of thousands of giant blood-red vines dancing wildly, it was only a half-step celestial emperor realm expert after all. Compared to Yixian, who now had the battle strength of a middle-stage emperor realm expert, it was simply nothing. One level. With just a few simple steps, Yixian had already caught up. He was less than 1,000,000 kilometers away from the starry sky demonic vine that was still crazily retreating in the void in front of him. In the next moment, the violent star ape's eyes flashed with a cold light. It suddenly raised its right arm, held the big-headed black stick, and smashed it down fiercely. Boom! The skin of the starry sky demonic vine was indeed incomparably hard. Yixian, with the strength of a middle-stage emperor realm expert, held the big-headed black stick formed by the Shenong pestle and smashed it down with all his might. However, the final result did not cause the starry sky demonic vine to explode. Instead, it only caused a large area of festering on its spherical central body. Not a single one of the tens of thousands of python-like blood-red demonic vines was broken, but there were a few, at the same time, as the skin of the starry sky demonic vine's main body and thousands of huge vines peeled off, a large amount of blood-red liquid splashed out in the void, emitting a dense fragrance that could not be dispersed. Even Yixian subconsciously sniffed. His spirit was suddenly uplifted. Demonic vine blood? Really is a good thing. In the next moment, the eyes of the violent ape of stars lit up. It immediately understood what the blood-red liquid that splashed out was. Immediately, it did not hesitate. Its figure dashed forward explosively once again and smashed down a second time. Then it was the third time, the fourth time. In a short span of 10 breaths, the violent star ape waved its right hand that was like a giant pillar that held up the sky. The big-headed black stick ruthlessly smashed dozens of times. The starry sky demonic vine, which was originally retreating at an extremely fast speed, had already stopped abruptly in the void. It had no strength to escape again. At least 60% of the skin of its huge spherical body, as well as the tens of thousands of blood-red vines that looked like giant pythons, had been shaken off by the huge force, revealing the blood-red body that looked like fruit pulp under the skin. A large amount of blood-red liquid flowed out. The liquid flowed out and splashed into the void, emitting a rich fragrance that almost intoxicated Yixian. No wonder it has such a miraculous effect on the evolution of the slime race's bloodline. This kind of insect's mouth is the most picky. Normal cultivation resources are completely useless. Only this kind of thing can make them go crazy. A light flashed in Yixian's eyes. As he spoke, he had already put away the big-headed black stick that was transformed from the Shenong pestle in his hand. At least 60% of the starry sky demonic vine's skin had been shaved off by the huge black stick. Along with it were the densely packed sharp barbs on the skin. Now that the starry sky demonic vine's wet body was exposed, it was no longer a threat to Yixian. Naturally, there was no need for him to use the big-headed black stick. In the next moment, as the big-headed black stick was put away, the violent star ape waved its hand again and directly brought out the battle armor of time of the 4 great battle armors, which lay across the void not far away. With a thought, Yixian directly used his divine sense to send an order to all the slime in the battle armor. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Almost at the same time, silhouettes turned into streaks of light and charged out from the thousands of beehive nodes of the warzone of time. They were the kinetic force of the warzone of time, numbering in the tens of millions of slimes. At this moment, as soon as they charged out of the warzone of time, the tens of millions of slimes seemed to have smelled the rich fragrance that permeated the air, and a very unique buzzing sound came from their mouths, revealing endless excitement and excitement. Chapter 43-32. Hiss. Hiss, hiss. In the void, densely packed strange noises resounded in all directions. As the War of Time was activated, Tens of millions of slimes swarmed out from the nests of the War of Time. A grand feast of this species began. Yixian did not continue his attack. Under the terrifying attacks of the black-headed club in his hand, the Demi-Emperor's star demonic vine was already half dead. Even its consciousness had fallen into a coma. Right now, as tens of millions of slimes swarmed out like hungry wolves, the star demonic vine's body would lose a large amount of blood. If there were no accidents, it would never have the chance to wake up again. In its severely injured and unconscious state, it would be completely sucked dry by these tens of millions of slimes, and die. Yixian did not feel the slightest bit of pity for all this. The way of survival in the starry sky had always been like this. The weak were prey to the strong. Moreover, he had already given the other party a chance to survive. As long as the star demonic vine recognized the situation and voluntarily handed over the blood in its body, even if it was only 60 or 70%, Yixian would have left. Even though the astral star demon vine's cultivation level would definitely drop drastically, possibly even to the early stage of the emperor level, but at least it would be able to preserve its life. Given enough time, it would be able to recover in the future. Unfortunately, this opportunity was rejected by the other party on the spot, so there was no need for Yixian to say anything more. The current situation could only be said to be the star demonic vine's own fault. At this moment, Yixian was standing in the void of the universe less than 1,000,000 miles away from the star demonic vine. He was extremely quiet, his eyes fixed on the star demonic vine. The scene in front of him was shocking, but there was no expression on his face. There was neither sadness nor joy, not even the slightest ripple. Tens of millions of slimes were all lying on the star demonic vine's body at this moment. Some were on the tens of thousands of blood-colored vines that had long been drooping like pythons, while others were on the main body of the star demonic vine. Clearly, all of the slimes were feasting like crazy. They were wantonly devouring the blood-colored liquid inside the star demonic vine, which was the so-called demonic vine blood. At first glance, it was as if a strange towering tree had fallen ill. On its ball-shaped trunk and countless vine-like branches and leaves, there were innumerable vermin that were madly devouring them. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, 6 hours had passed. Yixian was not in a hurry. He had been standing in the cosmic void less than 1,000,000 miles away. His eyes were fixed on the starry sky demon vines in front of him. During these 6 hours, the tens of millions of slimes didn't stop for a single moment. They were all madly absorbing the blood-colored liquid from the demonic star vine's body. Although the star demonic vine was huge, each vine was like a star python, and there were tens of thousands of such blood-colored giant vines. And the main body of the star demonic vine was a blood-colored ball as huge as a star. But at this moment, the number of slimes that were sucking on its body like worms was too great. With a terrifying base of tens of millions of slimes, plus the continuous frenzied devouring of the star demonic vine for 6 hours, this star demonic vine had become so big. The tens of thousands of vines of the star demonic vine that were like giant pythons had completely withered. The portion of slimes that were originally sucking on these tens of thousands of vines were obviously still unsatisfied. When the vines they were sucking on had completely withered, almost without any hesitation, they crawled along the vines to the center of the star demonic vine. On the main body of the demonic vine in the center, in fact, even the main body of the demonic vine that was like a star was obviously a lot smaller than before. But at this moment, as a large number of slimes that were originally sucking on the tens of thousands of vines gathered, the demonic vine ball that had already lost a lot of weight was instantly covered by countless slimes, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, it quickly dried up. It shriveled up. If nothing unexpected happened, at this rate, in at most 2 hours, this demonic vine ball that was originally like a star would completely wither like the tens of thousands of blood-colored demonic vines. It was also at this moment that the eyes of the starry sky violent ape, who was standing hundreds of thousands of miles in the outer space of the universe, flashed. Suddenly, it had a new discovery: purple light. As the demonic vine ball in the void hundreds of thousands of miles away quickly shriveled up, specks of purple light inadvertently appeared inside it. Specks of purple light flickered with dazzling light. Whoosh! In the next moment, as its heart moved, the violent star ape no longer hesitated. With a wave of its hand, an invisible majestic force swept out. In an instant, it enveloped the demonic vine ball that was covered by countless slimes. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Almost at the same time, under the control of the terrifying divine sense power of the starry sky violent ape, the purple light that was originally inside the demonic vine ball was all extracted bit by bit, turning into a purple light that exploded in the starry sky. The ape shot over, and in the void, the faint sound of breaking through the air lasted for a dozen breaths before it suddenly disappeared. And with the disappearance of these sounds of breaking through the air, in the cosmic void in front of the starry sky violent ape, a little purple light that emitted an endless fragrance was quietly floating. From time to time, a ray of faint purple light flashed, dazzling people. This little purple light was only the size of an ordinary human fist, and it was clearly in a liquid state, but it condensed and did not dissipate like a crystal. At a glance, one could tell that it was definitely not an ordinary resource. Just as Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a bright light and he was about to take a closer look, a familiar system prompt immediately sounded out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for discovering the demon vine's purple core. Quantity, 1,000 drops. Do you want to collect it immediately? Demonic vine purple core? Chewing this term that he had never heard before, Yi Xian did not hesitate at all. He immediately retrieved all the information about this demonic vine purple core from the database of the devouring system in his body and quickly browsed through it. After a short while, a look of realization appeared on the face of the starry sky violent ape, and its eyes were bursting with joy and excitement. The so-called demonic vine purple core was really not an ordinary starry sky resource. If the demonic vine blood essence was compared to the ordinary blood in the human body, then the demonic vine purple core was equivalent to the vertebral marrow in the human spine, which could be said to be extremely precious. This point could be seen from the fact that this starry sky demonic vine had the cultivation strength of the semi-emperor realm, but there were only 1,000 drops of the demonic vine purple core in the main body of the sphere. As for its effect, not only did it have an amazing healing power for physical injuries, but it could also fully recover the consumed blood, true essence, soul power, mental power, and so on in an instant. Chapter 43-33. Xiao. With a wave of his hand, a small and exquisite jade bottle appeared. With a thought from Yi Xian, the 1,000 drops of devil vine purple core floating in front of him instantly entered the small and exquisite jade bottle and were absorbed into the undying world within his body. The harvest this time was too shocking. Not only did the tens of millions of slimes in the Time War Drum obtain a huge amount of demonic vine blood essence that could rapidly improve their bloodline, even Yi Xian himself obtained 1,000 drops of extremely valuable demonic vine purple core. This kind of resource could only be condensed in the body of the demonic vine of starry sky. Even if it was only a single drop, it would take a long time to condense. Not only could it be used to refine high-grade pills, but it also had other heaven-defying effects. For Yi Xian to be able to obtain 1,000 drops in one go was definitely a stroke of luck. If he hadn't met a half-step Emperor Realm demonic vine of starry sky, he wouldn't have been able to obtain such a bountiful harvest. After keeping the jade bottle, Yi Xian continued to wait patiently. After about 2 hours, the demonic vine of starry sky, which was originally as huge as a star, had withered to a diameter of about 1,000 meters. Its life force was long gone. The consciousness of this demonic vine had disappeared, and it had fallen. As for the tens of millions of slimes that were originally attached to the demonic vine of starry sky, they had all been separated from the demonic vine of starry sky. Each of them was like a drunkard, swaying in the void. This was obviously the result of absorbing too much demonic vine blood essence, and the body couldn't take it anymore. It was about to fall into a deep sleep and be refined. Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. With a wave of his hand, the Time War Raja in the distance shot over. An invisible suction force swept out from the thousands of beehive nodes of the War Raja. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, all the slimes in the air had already all of the slimes were sucked back into the beehive nodes of the Time War Drum. They fell into a deep sleep. It was believed that when these slimes woke up from their deep sleep, the next time they saw them, the life form of the entire race would definitely undergo a qualitative leap. Once Yi Xian upgraded the hardware of the Time War Drum accordingly, the power of the entire Time War Drum would instantly rise. From its current weak state, it would once again return to the list of weapons that even Yi Xian needed to rely on. Swish! After all the slimes returned to the beehive node, Yi Xian waved his hand and directly stored the battle aura of time into the undying world within his body. After that, he turned his head and swept his gaze towards the main body of the demonic vine that was only 1,000 meters in diameter in the void millions of kilometers in front of him. Don't underestimate this 1,000-meter-long sphere that had shrunk countless times compared to before. Inside it was all precious demonic vine blood. Not only did it have a miraculous effect on the evolution of the slime race's bloodline, it was the same for the starry sky masters of any other race. The only difference was that the effect was slightly inferior to that of the slime race. The reason why Yi Xian had left behind this 1,000-meter diameter demonic vine blood was because he wanted to collect some in case he needed it in the future. On the other hand, he planned to take advantage of this opportunity to absorb some of the demonic vine's blood and combine it with other cultivation resources to attempt a breakthrough. Of course, the demonic vine purple core couldn't be left out. In any case, there were a total of 1,000 drops. Boom! With a punch, the main body of the demonic vine sphere, which was 1,000 meters in diameter, instantly exploded. Countless blood-red demonic vines blood splattered, and an intoxicating fragrance filled the void. Yi Xian waved his hand and took out a small green jade bottle. He held it upside down in the air, and an invisible suction force swept out from the small green jade bottle. Like a whale sucking in water, half of the demonic vine blood was collected in an instant. Immediately after keeping the small green jade bottle into his undying world, Yi Xian's figure shook, and he was released from the demonic ape's 6th transformation. His figure was like a deflated balloon, and he shrunk back to his original height of 30 meters in the blink of an eye. He was still in his star-violent ape form. As for his cultivation base, it fell back to Emperor level 7. In the next instant, the remaining half of the demonic vine blood shot out from the void in front of him, turning into a liquid sphere with a diameter of a few hundred meters. It was so thick that it made one's hair stand on end. When it arrived in front of him, the liquid ball that was hundreds of meters long had already been compressed to the size of a nascent soul fist by Yi Xian's activation of the Shenong Cauldron's domain. It was bright red and looked like an incomparably sweet and strange medicinal pill. Yi Xian swallowed this crimson pill that was compressed from a huge amount of demonic vine blood. Without any hesitation, he took out 100 drops of the demonic vine purple core from his undying world. Together with 10 drops of the all-evil origin liquid and 100 cubic meters of purple-gold top-grade flesh medicine, he swallowed them one after another. After doing all this, he waved his hand and summoned the farmer god cauldron. With a step, he arrived at the mouth of the cauldron filled with 9-colored mist. Without any hesitation, he closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged, beginning a new round of breakthrough. Walala! Almost in the next instant, the sound of chains that covered the sky and earth resounded loudly in Yi Xian's body. This time, the shackles that appeared in his body were still too. This meant that the power formed by the fusion of the cultivation resources he consumed this time was enough to allow him to break through 2 small ranks. However, the prerequisite was that while he was refining the majestic energy river in his body, he had to be able to control it and successfully tear apart the 2 shackles that appeared in his body completely. Yi Xian was already familiar with all this. Without any pause, he immediately activated the huge river of energy. In the hundreds of meridians in his body, he began to circulate the great circulatory cycle again and again, accumulating power through it. In the end, there was no suspense. When all the energy was refined, the shackles broke with just one impact. As the 2 extremely thick shackles were finally completely broken, the anticipated system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm, level 8 Regis Immortal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body. Current realm, level 8 Regis Immortal. With this breakthrough, Yi Xian's battle strength rose again. Level 8, he was now a late-stage king. Before this, his original body's cultivation base was only level 6 Regis Immortal. Once he activated the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body, he could instantly reach level 7 Regis Immortal. Once he used the 9 demon ape transformation and reached the 6th transformation, his battle strength would immediately soar to level 4 Regis Immortal. And now, after activating the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body, Yi Xian would instantly reach level 9 Regis Immortal. If he used the 9 demonic ape transformation bloodline ability and entered the 6th transformation, his peak battle strength would reach the 6th level of the Emperor Immortal realm. His battle strength would increase tremendously. Chapter 43-34. Following this breakthrough, Yi Xian's cultivation base had reached the 8th level of the titled king, and this was still under his original body's normal state. Right now, he'd activated the demonic ape bloodline in his body and transformed into a 30-meter-tall starry sky berserk ape. His strength had risen by 1 rank. Therefore, the raging ape's current cultivation base aura was that of a 9th-rank monarch, which was a half-step emperor. A half-step emperor powerhouse's speed was much faster than a 7th-rank monarch powerhouse. Therefore, it only took Yi Xian a few days to leave the last short stretch of the journey to the forbidden land of the rising sun behind him. The cosmic void about 100 million miles ahead was the edge of the forbidden land of the rising sun. Yi Xian did not continue to move forward, but decided to lie in wait at the edge of the forbidden land. Like before, he would first hunt an ordinary immortal rank ferocious beast of the forbidden land. He would first use soul search to investigate the current situation of the forbidden land of the rising sun. An ordinary immortal rank ferocious beast of the forbidden land would naturally not know too much important secret information about a large-scale forbidden land of the stars that was guarded by a ferocious beast emperor. However, what Yi Xian urgently needed to know at the moment was just some basic information. It was completely enough. After all, it was a large-scale forbidden land of the stars that was guarded by a ferocious beast emperor. Its influence covered a much wider space territory, and the number of ferocious beasts of the various forbidden lands had increased by many times compared to the previous forbidden land of the behemoth. In addition, Yi Xian currently understood that there were no more powerful top-level forbidden lands of the stars that were guarded by an emperor-rank existence in the vast space of thousands of trillions of miles. Only on the other side of this vast space was a large-scale remnant star region of the same level. It could be said that this forbidden land of the rising sun basically did not have to worry about being provoked and invaded by external enemies. Therefore, the frequency and density of all the ferocious beasts of the forbidden land of the stars in the forbidden land of the rising sun had increased compared to a mid-level forbidden land of the stars like the forbidden land of the behemoth. There were too many of them. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian easily encountered an ordinary immortal rank ferocious beast of the forbidden land of the stars hundreds of millions of miles away from the forbidden land of the stars. Seeing the opportunity, Yi Xian suddenly attacked, and the immortal rank ferocious beast leader did not even have the chance to make a sound before it was killed on the spot. Body and soul was almost destroyed, leaving only a strand of its soul for soul search. After a round of soul-searching, Yi Xian had a rough understanding of the basic situation of the entire forbidden area. His entire heart sank, his expression was gloomy, and he fell into deep thought. This kind of large forbidden area was different from the small forbidden area and the medium forbidden area that Yi Xian had come into contact with before. He didn't only have one star field. In fact, the entire forbidden land of Rising was made up of 4 vast planetary regions. Each of these regions was a little larger than the forbidden land of Rising, and each of them had over 1,000 planets with life, a dozen feral kings, and more than a dozen feral kings. Countless ferocious beasts from the forbidden land. Altogether, there were more than 50 ferocious beast kings in the forbidden land of the star region, and 500 to 600 marquee immortals. This was because at the junction of the 4 star fields, there was a relatively small central star field. Although the central star region was smaller in size, it was the core of the forbidden land of the star region. It was surrounded and protected by the 4 star regions. In the central star region, there were about 10 ferocious beast kings. In addition, the ferocious beast emperors of the Forbidden Land of the Star region were also guarding the Central Star region. The 10 ferocious beast kings who were qualified to reside in the Central Star region of the Forbidden Land of the Star region were all elites of the kings. Their cultivation base had all reached the great circle of the undying emperors. In other words, in the Central Star region, there were only half-step immortals. There were more than 10 emperors. And there were 8 true ferocious beast emperors. There were 2 early, middle, and late emperors. In addition, there were 2 great circle of the emperors. In other words, they were half-step emperors. Not to mention all 8 ferocious beast emperors, Yixian could not deal with just these 2 half-step emperors. Unless the headless infant corpse woke up from its slumber. Even if Fairy Xia had awakened and recovered her cultivation to the peak of the 9th stage of the emperor realm, Yixian's side was only a half-step emperor. Even if he could execute the 9 devil ape transformations bloodline ability to the 6th transformation, his strength would only reach the 6th order emperor realm. Even if he were to take into account the massive blood essence energy in his body, he would only be able to fight against 7th or 8th order emperors at most. However, a half-step emperor at the great circle of the emperors would definitely not win. In the past, Yixian was often able to fight across realms. However, as his cultivation grew higher and higher, the effects of the supreme divine abilities and the Shenong cauldron that he possessed on his battle prowess had clearly weakened. The importance of one's strength was becoming more and more obvious. In addition to this basic information about the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun, Yixian also learned some information about the netherworld furnace from the remnant soul of this ordinary immortal-level ferocious beast. The netherworld furnace was indeed in the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun, and it had been here for some time. However, the strange thing was that the netherworld furnace, which had always been ferocious, had almost become a symbol of endless slaughter in the 3 main starry sky planes of the world. Since the netherworld furnace had come to the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun, it had not carried out a similar slaughter of the ferocious beasts here. This was not like the netherworld furnace's style, which made Yixian frown. He felt that things were not so simple. The netherworld furnace's sudden change in style was definitely a conspiracy. Unfortunately, the ordinary immortal rank ferocious beast whose soul was searched by him was too weak after all. In a behemoth like the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, its status was simply negligible. Therefore, the information it had was limited, and it basically did not come into contact with anything. It was a real secret. Therefore, Yixian was still unable to analyze the true purpose of the netherworld furnace's arrival in the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun. However, Yixian was not completely empty-handed about the netherworld furnace. At least, this ordinary immortal-level ferocious beast still had a certain level of knowledge about the current power state of the netherworld furnace from the remnant's soul memory. Ever since it came to this area, although the netherworld furnace did not carry out a bloody massacre like it did in the past, it was still a primordial treasure of the same level as the Shenong cauldron. As long as it was a starry sky expert, including ferocious beasts, there was no one who didn't covetously covet it. It could be said that the netherworld furnace had been targeted by the upper echelons of the 5 great star fields in the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun as soon as it came to this area. The 40 or so ordinary kings guarding the north, south, east, and west star fields were naturally not qualified. Even if they wanted to, they did not dare to make a move. In fact, even the dozen or so half-step emperors living in the central star field were the same. Chapter 43-35. In the Rising Sun Forbidden Land, the 8 sovereigns, including the 2 Ninth Order sovereigns, had all tried to subdue the netherworld furnace, but without exception, they all failed. This showed that the netherworld furnace's current battle strength had at least reached the Emperor realm. Of course, the netherworld furnace's power was originally extraordinary. Even when it was still in the origin of all evil star field, it could easily crush the remains of the primordial supreme sovereigns. It even escaped into an unknown void crack to collect the remains of the primordial supreme sovereigns. It even entered a void crack to retrieve a large number of remains of primordial creatures. As a primordial supreme treasure like the Shenong cauldron, it was originally very difficult to subdue. The 8 sovereigns of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land could not subdue it, but it did not mean that its true battle strength had reached the Emperor realm. The reason why Yi Xian came to this conclusion was because the 8 ferocious beast emperors of the Rising Forbidden area weren't just trying to capture it. One of the half-step titled emperors had even fought a great battle with the Netherworld Furnace in a fit of anger. The final result was that this half-step emperor was defeated. So, naturally, they could make a rough assessment of the Netherworld Furnace's battle strength. Moreover, the strength of the Emperor realm was only a conservative estimate of the lower limit. It could be even stronger. With this kind of powerful battle strength and its grade as a primordial supreme treasure, the Netherworld Furnace could completely do whatever it wanted in the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. In the entire Rising Sun Forbidden Land, all the fierce beasts in the Rising Sun Forbidden Land could not do anything to it. However, even though the Netherworld Furnace possessed a powerful battle prowess that allowed it to run amok in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, it did not go on a killing spree here, nor did it leave. All day long, it was as if it was just strolling around, one moment flying here, the next moment flying there, and the next moment flying there. It was an extremely strange feeling. Initially, because of its arrival and its terrifying battle prowess that even half-step titled emperors couldn't do anything to, the beasts in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun were terrified. However, as time passed, the beasts in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun discovered that although its battle prowess was strong, it seemed to be natural. After seeing that it was harmless, the fear that had just sprouted gradually faded away. Now, 2 years had passed, and the countless ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun seemed to have gotten used to the existence of the Netherworld Furnace. Even if the Netherworld Furnace shot past them in the void, they would not feel too much fear. Uneasy. Such a scene, if not for the information obtained through the soul search, there was no possibility of falsification. Yi Xian almost did not dare to believe it. There must be a conspiracy. After pondering for a while, a cold light flashed through Yi Xian's eyes as he muttered to himself, "However, if we want to find out the inside story of this matter, it's already unrealistic to rely solely on soul searching. Even the strongest experts in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun are only those 2 half-step emperors. I'm afraid that he wouldn't know the true purpose of the Netherworld Furnace. At most, he would only be able to see some clues. The only way is to sneak into the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, lay low, and secretly observe the movements of the Netherworld Furnace. From there, you can find traces and deduce and analyze. Only then will you be able to obtain an answer." If he wanted to sneak into the Rising Sun Forbidden Land, and it was very likely that he would have to hide for a long time, with Yi Xian's current strength at the peak of the 9th stage titled Emperor, it was obviously unrealistic. In the entire Rising Sun Forbidden Land, there were only 60 or so existences above the Emperor-conferred realm, and only the dozen or so half-step Emperor-conferred realm cultivators who resided in the central starfield were existences with high status and authority. In the Rising Sun Forbidden Land, everyone knew about Yi Xian. If a new face like him suddenly appeared, he would be exposed immediately. However, if his strength was too weak, it would be extremely inconvenient. After pondering for a while, he decided to hide his strength at the level of Marquis Undying and at the first stage of Marquis Undying. In the entire 5 starfields of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land, there were about 600 Marquis Undying, and Yi Xian deliberately hid his strength at the first stage of Marquis Undying. This was very likely because he had just broken through from the peak of the 9th stage Undying, so his concealment was higher. It was foolproof. After making the decision, Yi Xian didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately hid his strength at the first stage of Marquis Undying, but his body still maintained the appearance of a space-violent ape. In this vast Rising Sun Forbidden Land, there was also a space-violent ape with a space-violent ape. In this vast space, there was no need to choose another space-violent ape bloodline. After everything was ready, Yi Xian immediately rushed out of the abandoned star where he was hiding. His speed wasn't fast or slow, roughly the same as some of the Forbidden Land's fierce beasts that occasionally appeared around him. He was very sure that he was heading towards the Rising Sun Forbidden Land in front of him. The area he entered was the southern star region of the 5 great star regions of the Rising Sun Forbidden area. Therefore, after entering, Yixian didn't stop at all and sped north. Because the netherworld furnace was now active in the central starfield, which was surrounded by the 4 peripheral starfields, Yixian took the risk to enter the rising sun forbidden land to investigate the netherworld furnace's movements and schemes. This was something that he had to get close to before he could realize. The rising sun forbidden land was indeed worthy of being the only large-scale forbidden land in the vast space within a radius of 1 trillion miles. Previously, Yixian didn't have a deep impression of it when he was far away in the periphery, but now that he entered the southern starfield, what he saw was different. The scene was immediately different. The southern star region alone was larger than the forbidden land of the behemoth. There were innumerable planets within, and there were more than 1,000 living planets, with more than 10 feral kings guarding them. Looking around, there were all kinds of fierce beasts of different levels of cultivation in the space. It was very lively. As such, Yixian rushed all the way to the north in this area and didn't stand out so much. Anyway, there were fierce beasts of the forbidden land everywhere in the space, so no one would deliberately lock onto him and pay attention to him. At this speed, Yixian took more than 10 days to cross the entire vast southern starfield and enter the central starfield, which was surrounded by the 4 major starfields. This indeed wasted a lot of time, but it couldn't be helped. After all, he had already entered the rising sun forbidden land. If his strength was too strong and his speed was too fast, it would definitely attract unnecessary attention, and it was very likely that his identity would be exposed. Everything was based on safety. After entering the central star region, Yixian wasn't in a hurry to travel. He hunted an ordinary undying at the edge of the area and confirmed the approximate location of the recent appearance of the netherworld furnace. After that, he continued on his way and headed straight for the target area. Although the central starfield wasn't as vast as the 4 major starfields surrounding it, it wasn't too far off. Moreover, because the 8 great emperors in the rising sun forbidden land were all guarding it, there were also 10 half-emperors, so Yixian didn't have to worry about it. Chapter 43-36. At this moment, a familiar system notification sounded in Yixian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. A dangerous star field has been discovered. Appraisal result: void vortex. Danger source: unknown. Danger factor: unknown. Do you wish to explore immediately? Hint: if the exploration is successful, there is a chance of upgrading the system title. System current title: Level 5, Interstellar Raider. System next title: Level 4, Interstellar Controller. Interstellar Controller. This title comes with a halo effect. On the basis of the previous 5 titles, Interstellar Traveler, Interstellar Adventurer, Interstellar Explorer, Interstellar Pathfinder, and Interstellar Raider, a new system ability will be added. Activated. At the same time, the number of interstellar coordinates imprinted on any universe plane will increase from the previous 2 to 3. Ding. System explanation complete. Do you wish to begin the exploration immediately? He had not even seen the netherworld furnace, but he had already encountered a system exploration mission that had suddenly appeared. As the system notification in his mind ended, Yixian immediately fell into deep thought. His eyebrows were tightly knitted, and his eyes flickered endlessly. Speaking of which, the system exploration mission had not appeared for a long time. This sudden appearance was indeed good news for Yixian, but at the same time, he was deeply worried, which was why he was so hesitant at this moment. The previous Level 5 system title, which was the Interstellar Raider title, had not only added a new system ability on the basis of the original Level 4 title, but also helped Yixian forge the 4 great warriors later on. System. At the same time, the number of interstellar coordinates imprinted on any universe plane increased from the initial 1 to 2. Moreover, when the system title was successfully upgraded to Level 5, Yixian's mental power secret techniques and magical powers, as well as the various bloodlines in his body, had also improved to a certain extent. It could be said that the benefits he had obtained were enormous. However, the reason he could obtain these benefits was because of the final success of the 5th system exploration mission. However, if the system exploration mission had failed that time, Yixian would have faced a very severe punishment. That was, the system title would directly be downgraded by one level, and the corresponding title ability and benefits would automatically disappear. The previous 5th system title exploration mission had already been so severe. Now that the system exploration mission had suddenly appeared, the punishment would definitely be even more severe if he failed. At least, it would not be lighter than the previous time. In other words, if the system exploration mission failed this time, Yixian's current level 5 title would very likely be directly downgraded by one level, from the current Interstellar Raider to the previous level 4 title, which was Interstellar Pathfinder. At the same time, he would lose the corresponding abilities and various benefits of the level 5 Interstellar Raider. At that time, the forging system that had been activated would be shut down again. The original benefit of being able to imprint 2 interstellar coordinate jump points in any universe would also revert to being able to imprint only one. Including the bloodlines, secret arts, and divine abilities after the successful exploration last time, the level of all kinds of bloodlines, secret arts, and divine abilities would all be reduced. This price was simply too great and unbearable. Therefore, Yixian had no choice but to consider it carefully. However, although the risk was high, if the system exploration mission was successful, the benefits would also be many. Putting aside the fact that a new system ability was about to be activated, just the fact that each of the existing universes could only imprint 2 interstellar coordinate jump points was enough to cause Yixian's heart to be moved by the fact that there were 3 of them in each of the existing universes. This void fragment of the universe was indeed too vast. Even with the terrifying cultivation of emperors and thear-cranked martial artists, they still felt that it was vast and boundless. Yixian had already imprinted 1 interstellar coordinate jump point in this void fragment of the universe, which was the Sangji star sector that he had first arrived at. Now, he could only imprint 1 interstellar coordinate jump point in this void fragment of the universe. It was indeed a little insufficient. If he could add 1 more, it would be of great significance. Furthermore, with the success of the system exploration mission, Yixian's various bloodlines as well as the various secret techniques and abilities that he had mastered would definitely be upgraded again, just like the previous time. All in all, although the risk was high, the benefits were even greater. As a strong martial artist in the starry skies, he had to be courageous and brave in front of him. If he was timid and uncertain, how could he move forward? There was not much time left. The reappearance of the netherworld furnace and its strange behavior indicated that it was up to something. Basically, it was an established fact that the chaos world was descending and was getting closer and closer. When that time came, it would be a real catastrophe. Even if Yixian had the battle strength of an emperor, he might not be able to survive, let alone the many friends and subordinates that he cared about. Now that there was no way back, the only choice in the face of any danger was to cut off all means of retreat and move forward. At this thought, Yixian no longer hesitated and immediately sent an affirmative reply to accept the system's title exploration mission. In his mind, the familiar system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully activated the system's title exploration mission. If the exploration is successful, there is a certain chance of upgrading the system's title. System's current title, Level 5, Interstellar Raider. System's next title, Level 5, Interstellar Controller. Galactic Controller. This title comes with a halo effect. On the basis of the previous 5 titles, Galactic Traveler, Galactic Adventurer, Galactic Explorer, Galactic Pathfinder, and Galactic Raider, a brand new system ability will be added. Activated. At the same time, the number of interstellar coordinates imprinted on any universe plane will increase from the previous 2 to 3. System's requirements for completing the exploration mission. Pending, activated after entering the star vortex. Punishment for failure of the exploration mission. System's title will be downgraded by 1 level. As expected, once this exploration mission failed, the existing 5th level title would automatically be downgraded by 1 level, directly returning to the previous 4th level of the Interstellar Pathfinder. Although he had already realized this, Yixian's heart couldn't help but tremble when he suddenly heard that this punishment would become a reality. He immediately shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. However, Yi Xian had already accepted the system's exploration mission that suddenly appeared this time, but he did not immediately start the exploration. After all, the system prompt did not give a time limit for the exploration. Of course, this matter could not be delayed. It was too long, otherwise, other unforeseen events would inevitably occur. After pondering for a while, Yi Xian immediately returned along the original path and quietly left the forbidden rising land. He only stopped when he was 1 billion miles away from the edge of the forbidden rising land. His figure flashed and swept toward a nearby abandoned star. Chapter 43-37. After 1 billion miles away from the rising sun forbidden zone, Yi Xian entered an abandoned planet. He waved his hand and took out the farmer god cauldron. As he extended his spirit sense into the cauldron, he found that green cow wasn't in closed-door cultivation. It seemed to have just broken through a small level and was preparing for the next one. Shio. As he thought about it, a weak sound of breaking through the air sounded out. The green ox, which was originally inside the Shenong cauldron, was directly kicked out by Yi Xian. As soon as his figure appeared, he was still a little confused about the situation. He looked left and right with a bewildered expression. It snorted. He walked over and asked, "Boss, what's the matter? Why did you suddenly kick me out? I just broke through to Emperor Level 2 and was preparing to continue my closed-door cultivation." "Don't worry about closed-door cultivation. When we return to the Phoenix Blood Forbidden Zone, there'll be plenty of time for you to do it." Yi Xian waved his hand and interrupted Green Cow. His expression turned serious as he continued, "I encountered something in the Rising Sun Forbidden Zone. It's very likely that I won't be able to return in a short period of time. However, the strength of the Space Nomadic Army in the Phoenix Blood Forbidden Zone can't be delayed. Hence, I need you to bring back some level of treasure pills. When we return, you'll be in charge of the entire Phoenix Blood Forbidden Zone temporarily. Luckily, even if I'm not here, there's a total of 6 kings in the Forbidden Zone, including you. Even though they're all in the initial stage, there's no strong medium space forbidden zone within 100 billion miles. You'll be fine." After he finished speaking, Yi Xian directly waved his hand and shot a few storage bottles towards the green ox. Inside were level 20 to level 23 treasure pills. Yi Xian had more than 5,000 level 20 treasure pills for breaking through to Undying. This time, he gave Green Cow a total of 2,000. He had more than 500 level 21 treasure pills for breaking through to official level Undying. He gave 200 of them. He had 38 level 22 treasure pills for breaking through to Emperor level Undying. This time he gave 20 of them. Yi Xian only had 4 level 23 pellets to break through to the Undying Emperor level, but he only had 2 of them, so he only had 2. The value of this batch of pills was simply immeasurable. Even the 2 ninth-order peerless sovereigns in the forbidden land of Rising Sun would be shocked if they were to take a look at it. But now, they were all stored in storage bottles, and they were casually tossed to the green ox. The old man obviously didn't expect Yi Xian's first move to be so terrifying. After receiving the 4 storage bottles, he checked them with his spirit sense. He was so scared that his hooves trembled, and he almost dropped the 4 bottles. "Boss, there are so many precious pills, and there are actually 2 Emperor-bestowed pills. You just casually gave them to me." After staring blankly at Yi Xian for a few moments, the old fellow's face was about to turn red. "Aren't you afraid that this old ox will take them and run away? With this batch of resources, you can run to a place where you can't find them. In time, you'll be able to create a large-scale forbidden space. If you want to run, then run. Anyway, I've already given you 1 Emperor's treasure pill before. Even if you don't count the 2 pills I gave you this time, you still have 1. You probably won't need the Emperor's treasure pill in the near future." Yi Xian indifferently shrugged his shoulders. He rolled his eyes and said, "It's even better if you run away. This time, this king will go and collect the materials. When the time comes, I'll be able to save one of the Emperor's sealing pellets that I refine." Emperor-level treasure pill? Slurp. Hearing this, Green Cow's swollen eyes turned red. Saliva was already dripping from the corner of his mouth, but it was sucked back in by him. This old fellow hadn't even used the level 23 Emperor's treasure pill that he had just obtained not long ago. When he heard about the Emperor's treasure pill, he actually started thinking about it again. His face was full of smiles as he immediately swung his hooves and rushed to Yi Xian's side. He rubbed his hind legs against the space violent ape. "Boss, what are you saying? Is this old cow that kind of cow?" "Don't worry, the mission boss gave me will definitely be completed perfectly." "Oh right, boss. Are you going to collect the materials to refine the Emperor-level treasure pill this time?" "This is a big matter. We must not delay. Hurry up and leave. This old cow will send this batch of treasure pills back to the Phoenix Bloodstar region as soon as possible. Stay there and wait for you to refine the Emperor-level treasure. Bring the pill back when it's done. Moo!" As soon as he finished speaking, the old fellow seemed as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He raised his head and let out a long howl in excitement. He didn't stay any longer. He raised his 4 hooves, and in the blink of an eye, he was already far away in the direction of Phoenix Bloodstar region. The most dangerous place along the way was the Behemoth Forbidden Land, but now, the Behemoth Forbidden Land had already become history. With the green cow's second stage Emperor cultivation, it was impossible for it to be in any danger. Therefore, Yi Xian was not worried at all. Seeing him leave, he did not hesitate and turned around to rush towards the rising sun Forbidden Land that was 1 billion miles away. After spending a few more days, Yi Xian successfully returned to the star region where he had triggered the system title mission. Along the way, he still did not see the netherworld furnace, which made him feel uneasy, but there was nothing he could do. Although the main purpose of coming to the rising sun Forbidden Land this time was to investigate the whereabouts of the netherworld furnace, but now, although he did not see the netherworld furnace, he unexpectedly triggered a system title mission. As such, Yi Xian could only temporarily put the matter of the netherworld furnace aside. After that, he decided to complete the system title mission that had been triggered first. Otherwise, if he stayed in the rising sun Forbidden Land for too long, the system title mission that had been triggered had passed the time limit, and automatically judged that Yi Xian had failed to complete the mission. That would be a big waste. These thoughts flashed through his mind. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He completely put the matter of the netherworld furnace aside and no longer thought about it. Then, he turned his head and glanced at a remote void on his right. There were only a few dozen abandoned stars in that void that had long since lost their light and heat. In an inconspicuous corner behind 2 abandoned stars, there was a void crack that was only a few hundred meters wide. Because this kind of void crack could be encountered from time to time in the void, and because the one on the back of the 2 abandoned stars didn't emit too much energy, it was very inconspicuous. If it were not for the system prompt that the system title mission this time was to enter this so-called star vortex to complete, Yi Xian would not have paid any attention to it. Such a small and ordinary void crack is actually called a star vortex by the system. This really makes me speechless. After staring at this void crack for a long time, Yi Xian could not see any clues. However, the system would not be wrong. He was very sure of this. Everything in the past had already proved it. Muttering softly, Yi Xian did not hesitate anymore. His figure flashed and directly rushed into this void crack. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared completely. Almost at the same moment that he entered this void crack, the familiar system prompt sounded in Yi Xian's mind. The system did not specify the specific content of the system title mission before, saying that he had to wait until he entered the star vortex. Chapter 43-38. As Yi Xian resolutely entered the so-called star vortex designated by the system, the familiar system notification sounded in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully activated the system title exploration mission. If the exploration is successful, there is a chance of upgrading the system title. System current title, Level 5, Interstellar Raider. System next title, Level 6, Interstellar Controller. Interstellar Controller, this title comes with a halo effect. On the basis of the previous 5 levels of titles, Interstellar Traveler, Interstellar Adventurer, Interstellar Explorer, Interstellar Pathfinder, and Interstellar Raider, a brand new system ability will be added. Activated. At the same time, The number of interstellar coordinates imprinted on any universe plane will increase from the previous 2 to 3. System Mission Exploration Mission Requirements. Find a nest of chaos sources, enter it, split a strand of your primordial spirit, and use the doppelganger system to refine it into a primordial spirit seed. Plant it in the nest of chaos sources and begin the path to the birth of a chaos demon god. Punishment for exploration mission failure. The system title will be downgraded by 1 level. Boom. As the system notification sounded this time, Yixian's mind instantly exploded with a roar. He was completely stunned and his eyes widened as if he had just been struck by lightning. Chaos Demon God? It actually asked him to split a strand of his primordial spirit, use the doppelganger system to refine it into a primordial spirit seed, and plant it in the nest of chaos sources to begin the path to the birth of a chaos demon god? What kind of joke was this? This was simply too frightening. Yixian naturally understood the literal meaning of the system's requirements. It could even be said that there was no difficulty in implementing it at all. His devouring doppelganger was condensed from the doppelganger system attached to the system. However, it was obviously different this time. Although it was essentially refining a doppelganger, this doppelganger's level was too high and its background was too great. Although he did not know what this nest of chaos sources was, if he thought about the chaos demon god, he could basically conclude that it should be the core of a certain special star. Moreover, there was clearly more than one nest of chaos sources, which was consistent with the legends. According to the legends, there were a total of 3,000 great paths in the world, each of which could prove the great path. The 3,000 chaos demon gods were innate gods born from the 3,000 laws of the great paths. Each chaos demon god had a kind of law. In other words, chaos demon gods were born from the great paths. Even the legendary Pangu, who created the world and started the primeval age, seemed to be one of the 3,000 chaos fiend gods. In other words, these so-called 3,000 chaos demon gods were actually born before the start of the Great Desolate Era. Now that Yixian had suddenly encountered such a system title quest, it actually allowed him to find a nest of chaos in this mysterious void. Furthermore, he had placed a strand of his nascent soul seed into it and used it to nurture a chaos demon god. This undoubtedly proved that the primordial world was indeed coming. They were chaos fiend gods, existences at the same level as Pangu, who created the world and started the primeval age. If he could really get a share of the pie from the 3,000 chaos fiend gods and refine one of them into his fiend god incarnation, he would be able to do so. At that time, Yixian would be so powerful that even the primeval age's heavenly Tao might not be able to match him. This sounds too inconceivable, but now that the system's title quest has been activated, no matter what, there's no way out. No matter what, let's try to find this so-called nest of chaos first. After a wave of emotions, Yixian gradually calmed down. His eyes flickered with a bright light as he quickly made a decision. As for whether or not to split a strand of his primordial spirit and enter that place as requested by the system, he will occupy the nest and occupy 3,000. Refining one of the chaos fiend gods into my fiend god incarnation is a matter for the future. Once I find the chaos nest, I'll decide based on the situation. However, it would not be easy to find this so-called chaos nest. Even if there were 3,000 similar places, Yixian only needed to find one. After all, this was a 6th-level title quest. How could it not be difficult? It would be strange if it could be completed easily. With this thought in mind, Yixian subconsciously looked around. Just now, when he first entered this place from the star vortex, the specific details of this 6th-level title quest immediately rang in his mind, attracting Yixian's attention. Therefore, he did not pay attention to his surroundings. At this moment, when he looked around, half of his heart immediately turned cold. After entering this place, Yixian no longer deliberately concealed and suppressed his cultivation base. He had returned to the regal immortal realm. However, now, even as he extended his powerful regal immortal realm consciousness to its limit, he still could not find anything. Even if it was a small abandoned planet. This void was pitch black with nothing at all. Not to mention a single abandoned star, not even a speck of cosmic dust could be found. Not to mention that the void crack that entered this place was so small that no one would pay special attention to it. Even if some forbidden area's fierce beasts entered this place, it was estimated that after casually walking around, they would immediately leave without hesitation. It was simply, there was no value, however the system notification wouldn't be wrong. What's more, in such a vast universe space, there was nothing at all. Even an emperor's powerful spirit sense wouldn't be able to sense anything, not even a small abandoned star. However, it was only a matter of time before the system notification would be wrong. Just this point alone was extremely abnormal. This was enough to prove that there was something strange about this place. Thinking about this, Yi Xian immediately became spirited. As long as the system's title quest wasn't wrong, then there was nothing to worry about. Back then, before he entered the void of the great desolate world fragment, Yi Xian had been wandering alone in that dark void for several years. At most, he would just have to revise that feeling again. After adjusting his state of mind, he did not hesitate anymore. He immediately raised his head and roared, directly activating the bloodline ability of the 9 Devil Ape transformation. 9 Devil Ape transformation, 6th transformation. As the furious roar sounded out, the power within Yi Xian's body instantly surged like a raging river. His limbs and bones surged with an endless amount of ruthlessness, and a terrifying blood and chi energy that caused one's hair to stand on end gushed out from his body. In the blink of an eye, his body, which was originally only 30 meters tall, rapidly expanded like a balloon that was being blown up at an extremely fast speed. In less than 3 breaths, he had already reached a height of 10 million meters, like a human-shaped star. Moreover, at the same time that the violent ape's body expanded, the cultivation aura that was emitted from its body also expanded. When the enormous 6th transformation appeared, the cultivation aura that was emitted from the violent ape's body had shockingly reached the terrifying level of the Emperor. 6th level decay. Chapter 43-39. Whoosh! A sharp piercing sound rang out as a ray of light shot past. It was extremely dazzling in this empty void. However, it was so fast that it disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. This light that was like an arrow was Yi Xian. Currently, he was in the 6th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. The cultivation aura emanating from his body had reached the 6th stage of the Emperor Immortal realm. His speed was so fast that it was simply shocking. Even so, Yi Xian maintained this extreme speed and fixed on a fixed direction. From time to time, he would use all his strength to teleport. However, a month had passed, and he still hadn't found anything in this empty dark void. As a peak mid-stage Emperor Immortal, the distance that he had left behind in the starry sky had exceeded the distance between the forbidden land of the beaming forbidden land and the forbidden land of the rising sun. However, along the way, Yi Xian became more and more disappointed. During this month, he hadn't even seen a speck of cosmic dust on this abandoned star. It was as if this was an endless empty void, an eternal slumber in the darkness. After another 2 days, just as he was getting more and more impatient, a star finally appeared in front of him at the end of the void in front of him. This star was huge, surpassing the largest giant star Yi Xian had ever seen. Although it didn't have an atmosphere, and the surface of the star seemed to be full of rock formations, there wasn't a single trace of vegetation or even water. However, Yi Xian was able to discern something. From the interior of this star, he clearly captured a wisp of faint life aura. After flying in this empty void for a month, suddenly seeing a star was already extremely delightful. However, this star actually had a faint life aura, which was very likely what he was looking for. The so-called nest of chaos origins. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was so excited that he almost raised his head and laughed. Just as he was about to burst out at full speed and fly closer to this star to examine it carefully, a familiar throbbing suddenly came from somewhere in front of his left chest. Yi Xian was stunned. Then, he subconsciously lowered his head to look at his left chest. With a single glance, he didn't discover anything. Only then did he remember that he was now a colossal monster. The headless infant corpse's corpse had transformed into a corpse lamp imprint on his left chest that was only the size of 2 fingers. Under such a huge body, it was as if it would be strange if he could see it, Without any hesitation, Yi Xian dispelled the 9 transformations of the demonic ape 9 transformations. He even released himself from the ancient demonic ape true body state and returned to his human form. Therefore, his cultivation base dropped rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he had dropped to the 8th level of Emperor. As his cultivation base dropped, the giant star in front of him disappeared instantly because it was too far away. It had already exceeded the limit of what an Emperor's spirit sense could reach. But it didn't matter. Even if he couldn't detect it, the star was still in the same place. He couldn't run away. He could reach it in 2 days at most. And now, Yi Xian was most concerned about the throbbing of the corpse lamp tattoo on his chest. This most likely meant that the headless infant corpse that had been in a deep slumber had awakened again. This was definitely good news. Thinking back, the headless infant corpse had been in a deep slumber for almost 10 years. Now that it had suddenly awakened, there was bound to be a surprise. This was Yi Xian's intuition, and it made him very excited. At this moment, as he returned to his human form, the corpse tattoo on his chest appeared again. It was clearly emitting a blazing light, and an extremely mysterious aura spread out from it. Before Yi Xian could react, the corpse lamp tattoo on his chest became extremely hot. Then, with a flash of light, the corpse lamp tattoo on the left side of Yi Xian's chest disappeared. A figure appeared in the void 1,000 feet in front of him. It was a nascent soul. It was a headless infant corpse the size of a child, with blood tattoos all over its body. It was headless, but it was carrying a baby's head in its arms. Damn, you're finally awake. Do you know how many years you've been sleeping? Seeing that the headless infant corpse had indeed awakened, and this time, it seemed to be taking the initiative to appear directly in front of him, Yi Xian was wild with joy. He asked on the spot, "Also, what is your current level of cultivation?" Was the truth of the primordial war as the Black Ox said? That you were a man-made heavenly Tao created by those primordial beings known as demons? This is the Hong Meng Void, 1,000 feet in front of him. The headless infant corpse that had suddenly awakened didn't care about Yi Xian at all. It didn't seem to have the slightest intention of responding to his barrage of questions. At this moment, the eyes of the baby's head in its arms had already opened. 2 rays of blood-red light shot out, but it didn't look at Yi Xian. Instead, it followed the body of the headless infant corpse that was carrying the head and scanned the surrounding dark void. Although the baby's head's mouth did not move, an extremely young voice suddenly sounded in the void. However, the voice sounded old and even old. You are indeed a living being with the destiny of the primordial world. You are actually really a living being with the destiny of the primordial world. You actually found this place? The you here was obviously referring to Yi Xian. Although the headless infant corpse spoke without rhyme or reason, Yi Xian still heard some information from it. From his words, in the void of the ancient cage fragment that was connected to the forbidden valley of the Devil Emperor planet, the headless infant corpse was certain that Yi Xian was brought out by him. There was a reason why it hadn't left after that. There was indeed a reason. And this reason was that as early as that time, the headless infant corpse had used some unknown method to see that Yi Xian was a creature with the aura of the primordial world. He might have relied on this to determine that Yi Xian would definitely find this so-called primordial void in the future, so he had been clinging to Yi Xian and refused to leave. Right now, there might be an incomprehensible force that made Yi Xian unexpectedly come to this primordial void. Therefore, the headless infant corpse that had been sleeping with a corpse lamp tattoo on his left chest had been sensing the unique aura of the primordial world. After sensing the unique aura of the primordial void, it began to struggle free from its slumber. Now it had completely awakened. These thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind. He was stunned for a moment, and then his face turned pale. He immediately became nervous. I say, big brother, don't tell me you want to run away alone after achieving your goal? If that's the case, then it's too unkind. For you, this Star Lord has offended primeval heaven's eye. You can run away casually, but this Star Lord has a family. You can run away, but you can't run away from the temple. Chapter 4340. 8th Stage Regal Immortal? The speed of cultivation strength advancement is barely passable, but it's still too weak. As Yi Xian's slightly anxious voice sounded, the bloody eyes of the baby head in the headless baby corpse's arms finally moved slowly and finally landed on Yi Xian, locking onto him. After sizing him up a few times, that extremely strange, tender, and ancient voice sounded again at this moment. However, since you have the primordial providence, then one of the 3,000 chaos demon gods must belong to you. Although it's a little weak now, once the natal demon god awakens in the future, your cultivation strength will skyrocket. You will be qualified to participate in the final battle. *CK. So this is what the so-called primordial providence is referring to? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes widened on the spot, and he gasped. Previously, when he accepted the system's title quest, the headless infant's corpse hadn't woken up yet, so he most likely didn't know the specific mission of the system's title quest. It was to let Yi Xian find a nest of primal chaos and split off a strand of his primordial spirit to enter it, occupy one of the 3,000 chaos demon gods and refine it into one of his doppelgangers. However, at this moment, the headless baby corpse still said something similar. This was definitely not a coincidence. The only explanation was that the so-called primordial providence that the headless baby corpse had mentioned earlier was, in fact, to occupy a seat among the chaos demon gods. Furthermore, from what he had just said, there was definitely going to be a final battle between the headless infant corpse and the primordial heavenly Tao. This battle was in fact a continuation of the primordial war that had destroyed the entire primordial world. The battle back then was so tragic that the entire untainted land world was shattered, and both sides suffered countless casualties. Even the void tortoise, the golden divine dragon, and the desolate ancient Xianxia, who were supreme existences of the remote antiquity, were seriously injured and died. They had died. But in fact, the leaders of the two sides in that battle, namely the headless baby corpse and the primeval heaven's eye, had not died. Now, after countless years of dormancy and recovery, the headless infant corpse and the primordial green eye of the heavenly Tao had both awakened. So, as the final result of that incomparable battle in the primordial era, this final battle after countless years was destined. It was coming. Perhaps, the day when the primordial world fully descended would be the moment this battle officially began. If that was really the case, Yi Xian obviously did not have much time. The activities of the netherworld furnace were getting more and more frequent and strange, which made him feel a heavy sense of urgency. Although the headless baby corpse said that once he refined one of the 3,000 chaos demon gods into his doppelganger, once the chaos demon god that had been refined into his doppelganger awakened, Yi Xian's cultivation strength would instantly skyrocket, and it was very likely even paragons of the primordial era such as the void tortoise, the golden divine dragon, and the primordial Xianxia were qualified to participate in the final battle. But who knew how long it would take for a chaos demon god to be born? It was obvious that this time would not be short. Yi Xian was afraid that before he could wait until then, the primeval heaven's eye would suddenly activate, causing the primordial world that had long collapsed to completely descend into this world. Thinking of this, Yi Xian could not sit still. He was not in the mood to pay attention to the headless baby corpse in front of him, who was always talking to him. With a flash of his body, he flew in the direction of the giant star that he had just probed and shot forward at an extremely fast speed. Although he was not in a hurry, in his opinion, the birth of the chaos demon god was not something that could be completed in a short period of time. Besides, there was still a system title mission pressing down on his head. As long as he entered the core of the giant star in front of him, found the so-called nest of chaos, and split out a strand of his primordial spirit, he would enter that place and occupy the nest. One of the 3,000 chaos demon gods would be refined into his doppelganger. Then, no matter when this chaos demon god that had been refined into a doppelganger would wake up, whether it could wake up before the primordial world completely descended into this world, at least for now, Yi Xian's sixth system title mission could finally be completed. It was done. This was a real benefit. How could he miss it just like that? The star in front of us is indeed a nest of primal chaos. In the depths of its core, there is a chaos demon god being nurtured. As Yi Xian's figure shot out, the headless corpse behind him spoke in a tender and aged voice once again. However, The aura of this nest of primal chaos is too weak. The chaos demon god that is born is destined not to be able to survive. Too powerful and not suitable for you at all. There should be 3,000 similar nests of chaos in the primordial void. What you need is the most powerful nest. It said that in the distant past, before the primordial age had even begun, a chaos lotus grew in an unknown place in the primordial void. The chaos lotus continuously absorbed chaos chi from its surroundings, gradually forming a giant storm of chi that flashed with dazzling light from time to time. In the end, the lotus exploded, and 3,000 streaks of light shot out, transforming into 3,000 stars. At the core of each star was a nest of chaos that nurtured a chaos life form, the so-called chaos demon gods. However, there were differences in strength between the 3,000 nests of chaos, and the chaos demon gods that were nurtured represented different laws of the great Tao. There are 3,000 laws in the chaos, which are also known as the 3,000 great Daoists. Among them, the masters of the top 10 laws are all extremely powerful existences. The top 10 laws are the laws of strength, the laws of time, the laws of space, the laws of chaos, the laws of immortal Tao, the laws of demon Tao, the laws of life, the laws of the 5 elements, the laws of yin and yang, and the laws of destruction. Back then, demon god Pangu, who created the world in the primordial void and ushered in the primordial age, walked out of the number 1 nest of chaos. He mastered the number 1 law of the top 10, the supreme law of the primordial age. It was the law of strength. Once the law of strength is mastered, it can create a new world and reach the great Tao. Crimson light flashed in the headless baby corpse's eyes as it scanned Yi Xian from head to toe. You're different from me. I belong to the primordial age and am branded with the aura of the primordial age. I can't change my fate in the primordial age. Chapter 43-41. The Law of Strength? You want me to be Pangu? Yi Xian was shocked. He hurriedly waved his hands. There's no room for discussion. What's so good about creating a new world? Pangu didn't have a good ending. In the end, he sacrificed himself. That's just something that happened in the previous primordial era? The infant corpse shook his head. A look of disdain appeared on his face. Every primordial era is different. The will of the great Tao and I are already in the past. Now, he's only struggling to steal the primordial luck of this primordial era, but all of this is destined to be futile. Fugong, you have a wisp of primordial luck. This new primordial luck of this primordial era is destined to be written by you. In the previous primordial era, it was Pangu who obtained the law of strength. Why can't it be you, Yi Xian, in this primordial era? Pangu chose to create a new world and start the great Tao, but your choice is up to you. The prerequisite is that you have to have enough power after this primordial era begins. Only then will you have the right to speak. Otherwise, in the previous primordial era, even if there were 3,000 chaos demon gods, who knew how many of them would have died when Pangu created the new world? Before that, they would have died early. It's rare that you're in a primordial era, and you happen to have a wisp of primordial luck of this primordial era. You don't want to die early at the beginning of a new primordial era like some of the chaos demon gods in the previous primordial era, right? That makes sense. I don't know what to say. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the headless infant corpse and murmured, if that's the case, I really have to be the strongest one among the 3,000 chaos demon gods who controls the law of strength. Otherwise, I'm destined to be bullied by others. That's the logic. Go find other layers of chaos. When you can sense the aura of violent energy, you can stop. After saying that, the headless infant corpse's figure flashed, and it was about to shoot toward Yi Xian. It was clear that after nagging for a while, it was going to return to Yi Xian's left chest as a corpse lantern tattoo and lay dormant there. Wait a minute. Yi Xian's eyebrows twitched as he subconsciously raised his hand to cover his left chest. He even turned his body sideways as if he was trying to avoid something. Regardless of whether this was useful or not, it was indeed a conditioned reflex. Action. It wasn't that he didn't want to let the baby's corpse return. Yi Xian and he were already in the same boat. The problem was that this child was too used to being a hands-off boss. He had been in a deep sleep for so long, and now that he had finally woken up, he just casually nagged a little. She wanted to rush back to sleep. Why do we have to do all the hard and tiring work? Thinking of this, Yi Xian's face immediately fell. He rolled his eyes and said in annoyance, "We are now in a cooperative relationship." "No, we have always been in a cooperative relationship. But don't you think that I am always the one causing trouble? You sure slept well. It was not easy for you to wake up this time. Can't you at least take care of something? How many years have you been tormenting yourself? I've been preparing for this ever since the great battle in the primordial era." Yi Xian's resentment was deep, but the headless corpse of an infant was enough to make him lose his temper with just one sentence. Thinking about it, how many years had he been tormenting himself? Since the headless infant corpse had not fallen in that battle and lived to this day, how could it not have made any arrangements? After that incomparable battle that destroyed the entire untainted world, the headless infant corpse and the green eye of the heavenly way of the untainted land had never faced each other head-on. However, both parties were definitely secretly making all kinds of arrangements and planning everything. It was all for the final battle that was bound to come in the future. For example, the netherworld furnace and the source of all evil, the void giant turtle. The former was the arrangement of the primeval heaven's eye, and the latter was obviously related to the headless infant corpse. That was a primeval supreme who had lived from the primordial age to this day. After being rescued by Yi Xian, he immediately disappeared. If there was no accident, this was one of the arrangements of the headless infant corpse. It was just that Yi Xian was not at that level yet. He was not qualified to know. In fact, even if he told him, it would be useless. At most, he would hear something new and feel happy and sad. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt embarrassed. He rubbed his left hand in front of his chest a few times, and put it down with a smile. He asked tentatively, "By the way, except for Boss Turtle, the supreme remote antiquity under your command is still alive now. How many? Where did they go? Including the golden godly dragon and the primeval Yuxia? They are all related to me. It is not time for you to know this yet. When you become a Universe Supreme, you will naturally understand the arrangements. Universe Supreme. Damn, that is still far away." Yi Xian rolled his eyes. After the Undying Emperor, there were 5 more great realms: Universe Knight, Universe Master, Universe Supreme, the Primeval Supreme, and the Primeval Supreme. The so-called Supreme Beings of the universe were actually great beings of the quasi-primordial era. Yi Xian hadn't even reached the level of Emperor or Emperor yet, let alone the 5 great realms behind him. He didn't know how long it would take for him to reach that level. Or find the ancestral star and enter it. Then I will let you know a part of the arrangements. Without waiting for Yi Xian to continue muttering, the headless infant corpse's soft and ancient voice sounded out once again. Back then, during the primordial war, the entire great desolate world collapsed. However, the ancestral star wasn't affected much and was affected by a strand of primordial energy. If I'm not mistaken, the ancestral star should be in the primordial chaos. I'm not the only one looking for it. Back then, my great enemy did the same. You have a strand of primordial chaos karmic luck. Entering the primordial chaos space, you're destined to receive the blessing of the primordial chaos Grand Dao. Goo, perhaps the ancestral star will be found in your hands. Who knows? What? The ancestral star is here? Yi Xian's eyes instantly widened as he cried out involuntarily. This news was too shocking, and it made him feel even more surprised. At the same time that he cried out in alarm, his breathing also quickened. He had always suspected that this so-called ancestral planet was the planet where he was born. According to the description of the ancestral star, more than 70% of the ancestral star was an ocean. Looking from the universe void, it was a sea of blue. This was exactly the same as Yi Xian's ancestral star. He had no idea how many years had passed since he left the ancestral star and accidentally arrived at the 9-heaven star. If the ancestral star was really the ancestral star, he wondered if the flow of time there was the same as the outside world. Chapter 43-42. By the time Yi Xian recovered from his momentary absent-mindedness, the headless corpse in front of him had already disappeared. Looking down, A sinister and strange corpse lamp tattoo had appeared on his left chest. He was speechless. After all, the headless infant corpse only chatted with him for a while after waking up, but in the end, it fell into a deep slumber again. To put it bluntly, he still had to rely on himself to deal with this mess outside. After rolling his eyes and sighing, Yixian activated the devil ape bloodline in his body again and transformed into the star-violent ape form. In this way, his cultivation base rose to the peak of the 9th rank of Regal Immortal, which was half of the 9th rank of Regal Immortal. Regal Immortal. In this state he had the cultivation base of a half-emperor. His speed was satisfactory, and his body was only 30 meters tall. It was the most suitable. After adjusting his state of mind, Yixian temporarily tossed the matter of the ancestral star to the back of his mind. His body swayed, and in an instant, he transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the void in front of him. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Previously, Yixian had used his 6th devil ape form to explore with all his strength. At that time, his cultivation base was at the 6th rank of Regal Immortal, and his divine sense was much stronger than it was now. That was why he was able to detect the giant star in the void ahead. Now, no matter how much he extended his divine sense, he couldn't capture the shadow of the giant star at all. However, he had locked on to its location. After traveling at full speed for more than half a day, Yixian finally arrived in front of the enormous star. He didn't enter it, but instead stood in the air, staring at it with a strange expression as he carefully examined it. This was the first star that Yixian had discovered since entering this vast and boundless primordial chaos. To be more precise, it should be the only other matter that he'd discovered besides himself and this dark void. To be honest, Yixian really didn't want to give it up. He didn't even want to leave. Because once they left this place, who knew when they would be able to find another similar chaos nest? If there were no mishaps, there were as many as 3,000 nests of chaos in the primordial chaos void, which contained a chaos fiend god seed within the star core. That was not a small number. However, when these 3,000 nests of chaos were placed in a seemingly boundless expanse of dark space, this amount was far, far too few. It was simply insignificant. Even a drop in the ocean could be considered an optimistic estimate. At this moment, Yixian really had an impulse to enter the core of the star in front of him and split out a strand of his primordial spirit to occupy that place. He wanted to take over one of the 3,000 chaos demon gods and turn it into his doppelganger. This way, at least the title quest that was still in progress could be completed smoothly, and the punishment after failure could be avoided. Yixian did not want to lose the big picture for a small gain. In the end, after hesitating and pacing back and forth, he gritted his teeth and left. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the end of the void and was never seen again. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 years, although Yixian's cultivation base had improved, his original body's cultivation base had remained at rank 8 Regal Immortal. For 2 whole years, he hadn't broken through even once. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he simply didn't have the time. During these 2 years, Yixian hadn't stopped at all. He had been wandering around the boundless primordial chaos void. By now, he had gained some understanding of this dark void. As a matter of fact, there weren't just 3,000 layers of chaos origins that nurtured a chaos fiend god seed in the chaos void. During these 2 years, Yixian had also seen many ordinary stars. There were abandoned stars that didn't emit light or heat, blazing stars, and even some stars with life. However, most of them were plant life forms. Even if there were flesh and blood life forms, they were still alive. Their level of life forms was very low, and they didn't have intelligence. The reason he'd mistakenly believed that the primordial chaos void only had 3,000 nests of chaos was because he'd only been in it for a short period of time, and he'd been to far too few regions. Moreover, the primordial chaos void was so vast that it made one's hair stand on end. In addition to these ordinary stars with life and abandoned stars, Yixian had seen more than a dozen chaos nests in the past 2 years. Without exception, all of them were enormous stars. This was almost a common feature of all chaos nests. Yixian had seen many of them and gradually figured out the trick. Now, even if he was far away in the primordial chaos void, As long as he could detect it with his divine sense, he could tell at a glance whether a star in the primordial chaos void was an ordinary star or had a chaos fiend god seed inside its core. A chaos fiend god seed's chaos fiend god seed. Unfortunately, the laws of Great Tao in the dozen chaos nests that he had found in the past 2 years were not the supreme laws that Yi Xian wanted. They were the laws of strength that Pangu had obtained after the beginning of the last primordial chaos era. However, the aura of energy emitted from a few chaos nests was extremely powerful, far more powerful than the aura of the first chaos nests that Yi Xian had discovered in this primordial chaos void back then. During those few times, Yi Xian was tempted again and almost gave up on the decision to continue searching for nests of the laws of strength. However, in the end, he gritted his teeth and persevered. With strong reluctance, he turned around and left those chaos nests. It was a path of exploration that he didn't even know if it would lead to any results. It had already been 2 months since he last discovered a nest of chaos origins. In the past 2 months, Yi Xian hadn't found a single chaos nest. This probability was lower than the average of finding more than a dozen chaos nests in the past 2 years. The cycle was over. Therefore, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy in his heart. These thoughts of worrying about personal gains and losses would appear in his mind from time to time in the past 2 days. It was also at this moment that Yi Xian's powerful divine sense detected a huge star in the distant primordial chaos void. It was projected into his mind. A single glance was all it took for him to confirm that this giant star was a new nest of chaos origins. However, he couldn't be sure what kind of laws of primordial chaos it contained, or whether it was the laws of strength. Because it was too far away, he had to get close to it in order to sense it. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian immediately moved at his maximum speed. His figure turned into a streak of light that shot toward the direction he had locked onto. Chapter 43-43. When the Wild Dragon battleship had first fallen into Yi Xian's hands, it had only been a small star fortress with a diameter of 5,000 meters. It was the masterpiece of humanity's technological pioneer Xing Bo, the culmination of his blood and sweat. When Xing Bo had first created the Wild Dragon battleship, it had only been the size of a chicken egg. However, this chicken egg was made up of an entire swarm of world insects. The swarm of world insects was a mysterious substance that existed between life and non-life forms. For example, the legendary Tai Sui fungus was such a thing. Of course, although the swarm of world insects and the Tai Sui fungus were theoretically the same substance, in reality, it was on a much higher level. There was simply no comparison. This could be deduced from its name. The swarm of world insects could slowly grow. As long as there was enough energy to allow this swarm of world insects to reproduce, even Xing Bo himself didn't know what kind of state it would eventually reach. When it had first fallen into Yi Xian's hands, it had been a small star fortress with a diameter of 5,000 meters. Moreover, due to a lack of energy, the entire swarm of world insects had fallen into a deep slumber. Not only did it not continue to grow, but it was also unable to repair itself. Afterwards, Yi Xian had found the energy required for the swarm of world insects. This had allowed the swarm of world insects to rapidly grow. Step by step, they had grown from a large star fortress to a small star fortress, and then to a large star fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. This was not the end. After the last supply of energy, the Wild Dragon spaceship grew from 100,000 meters in diameter to more than 160,000 meters in a short period of time, which was 500,000 meters in diameter. Converted to kilometers, this was 500 kilometers. It was like a miniature star. This terrifying size was not much different from the Tianji city, the headquarters of the Tianji clan. It was absolutely astonishing. Even its shape had changed from its previous spherical shape to its current oblate shape. It was more suitable for galloping through the universe, because it was even faster. In addition, compared to the last evolution not long ago, the life giant plug was now many times larger than before. Due to the use of the space folding technology, its internal space had also been significantly improved. The view inside was very broad, as if it was an independent heavenly grotto with mountains and rivers. It was impossible to tell that this was the interior of a star fortress. This was only one of the 18 layers of the fortress. Every level had different sceneries and different uses. At present, the Long Yi Hao, which had grown into a giant fortress in space, contained only 20,000 demons led by Gui Hai Dao and Song Qingyu, apart from 1,000,000 fortresses of various sizes controlled by countless intelligent robots. As scout, these 20,000 demon scouts were currently in deep slumber, cultivating. Calculating the time, Yi Xian had not seen them for several years. The reason why he hadn't provided the giant life fortress with energy for so long was because the world insects that formed the giant life fortress needed the energy to reproduce and grow. It was actually obtained from the eggs of the evil spirit slime. Yi Xian did indeed have a mother nest of the evil spirit slime. It was originally in the bottom cabin of the Black Wind ship, but it had now been moved to the bottom cabin of the Long Yi Hao's giant life fortress. Unfortunately, the Long Yi Hao was now too big. Although this mother nest of the evil spirit slime could continuously produce new eggs, the special energy it contained was only enough to maintain the daily operations of the Long Yi Hao's giant life fortress. There was still a little surplus under the premise of operating. This surplus energy was stored. Although the total amount accumulated over time was considerable, it was basically enough to allow the Long Yi Hao's giant life fortress to undergo another major evolution. However, Yi Xian did not choose to do so previously. This was because the energy required to form the Long Yi Hao's giant life fortress was too special. At present, he had not found a replacement energy source. Therefore, Yi Xian had to leave a certain amount of reserve energy. Otherwise, if an unforeseen accident happened, the Long Yi Hao would definitely settle down. It was because of these reasons that the Long Yi Hao's giant life fortress had been in its current state for many years. It had not continued to evolve. Yi Xian was also very helpless about this. However, today, when he discovered that the Long Yi Hao's giant life fortress in his undying world suddenly trembled for no reason, Yi Xian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. A very strange premonition surged in his heart. The problem of the Long Yi Hao's giant life fortress evolving again could be solved. Perhaps it could be solved immediately. In fact, even the problem of the future energy supply of the giant life fortress's giant life fortress was the same. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian did not hesitate any longer. His figure flashed, and he used his extreme speed to rush towards the giant star in the void in front of him. The reason why the giant life fortress's giant life fortress's giant life fortress's giant life fortress's giant life fortress must have something to do with this giant star. More accurately speaking, it should have something to do with the nest of chaos in the star's core. If he was not mistaken, the energy contained in the nest of chaos was what the countless tiny world bugs in the world bug community needed. And it wasn't just a normal need, it was a crazed desire. At the very least, the countless tiny world worms that spawned from the world worms had never reacted so shockingly to the energy within the eggs of the slime wraith mother nest. If all these speculations were true, Yi Xian would not hesitate at all. He would definitely seize all the special energy resources contained in the core of the giant star in front of him. Even if it meant killing a future chaos demon god, he wouldn't hesitate. After all, the chaos demon god wasn't his subordinate and was still in the process of being nurtured. Right now, it was most likely just a seed of life, so it didn't matter if it was destroyed. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian quickly arrived at the vicinity of the giant planet. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly charged towards the surface of the planet. Whoosh! An incomparably sharp sound pierced through the air. Yi Xian's figure was like a meteor, rushing toward the surface of the planet at an astonishing speed. He did not stop at all. With a loud bang, he smashed a huge crater on the surface of the planet, but his figure was not damaged. He was not damaged at all, but his speed did not decrease. In just a few breaths, he had already rushed into the core of the giant star. Chapter 43-44. What appeared before his eyes was a dazzling world. The core of this gigantic star was filled with all kinds of pure crystals that emitted dazzling light. As soon as Yi Xian rushed into the star core, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Before he entered the star core, he did not come into contact with the various crystals contained in the star core. Therefore, the system notification did not appear. However, as soon as Yi Xian entered the star core, not only did the devouring system in his body immediately send out all kinds of notifications, asking if he should immediately start collecting them, even the system's information database contained information and data related to these energy crystals. All of them were updated at the same time. There were so many that it was numbing to hearing them. Yi Xian did not know which chaos demon god was being nurtured in this nest of chaos origins. Regarding this, the system did not send out any notifications, and the information database could not be searched either. He could not even see anything that resembled the life seed of a demon god in the star core. Even when he used the powerful divine sense of an emperor to investigate in detail, it was still the same. The entire star core was filled with all kinds of dazzling and colorful energy crystals. There was nothing else. Perhaps the life seed of the chaos demon god being nurtured in this nest of chaos origins had not even appeared yet. Perhaps it had already died in the womb and dissipated. Who knew? Yi Xian was not interested in paying attention to it at all. At this moment, his entire mind was completely occupied by the various kinds of pure energy crystals that could be seen everywhere in this nest of chaos origins. This star was a nest of chaos origins. It was extremely huge. Even the largest natural celestial body in the three main dimensions of the universe was not as big as it. Therefore, the diameter of this star core was also shocking. Just the diameter of this star core alone was comparable to that of a meteor. And this star core with a diameter comparable to that of a meteor was filled with energy crystals of all kinds of colors. There were more than 100 kinds in total. As soon as Yi Xian rushed into the star core, the familiar system notifications sounded in his mind continuously. It did not stop for a few minutes. For a few minutes, the system would give a notification for every kind of energy crystal. More than 100 kinds, one could imagine. In the end, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to listen to it anymore. He allowed it to play as he began to get busy. These 100 or so types of energy crystals were all top-grade resources. After all, they were resources from a chaos locus in the primordial chaos void. How bad could they be? Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to figure out the uses of most of the energy crystals. With a wave of his hand, they all turned into dazzling rays of light and were stored in his undying world. Just like that, after working for nearly 2 hours, most of the energy crystals that could be ignored for the time being were finally collected. In the blink of an eye, more than 90% of the enormous planet core had been emptied. There were only 5 energy crystals of different colors that Yi Xian had purposely left behind. These 5 types of energy crystals were exactly what the 4 great starry skies battle armors needed to upgrade and reforge them. The extra purple crystal was the source of the mysterious energy that made the world's insects crazy. There were a lot of these 5 types of energy crystals, especially the purple crystal that the world's insects needed. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian left behind 10,000 of these 5 types of energy crystals and stored them in his undying world in case he needed them in the future. With a wave of his hand, whoosh, 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 the densely packed sound of air breaking continued to ring out, and it lasted for a few minutes. After a few minutes, all of the purple crystals were collected by Yi Xian and stored in his undying world in the undying world. With this huge amount of purple energy crystals, not only would the undying world undergo a brand new transformation and evolution, the problem of energy supply in the future would also be completely solved. However, Yi Xian had to figure out how to use this batch of mysterious purple energy crystals. Otherwise, if there was no limit, the world's insects would continue to absorb the energy from the purple crystals and continue to reproduce and evolve. This would continue until all of the purple energy crystals were used up. In order to prevent such a situation from happening, Yi Xian sent all of the remaining purple energy crystals into the second layer of the undying world's undying world and immediately gave a command. This huge amount of purple energy crystals was divided into 2 equal portions. One portion was sealed in the storage and used as the energy source and storage source of the undying world's undying world. The other portion was to be distributed to the entire world's insects, allowing them to absorb as much as they wanted, until this half of the purple energy crystals were completely used up. After the command was given, The undying world in Yi Xian's undying world immediately trembled violently. Following that, there was no other movement, as if it was dead, not moving at all. However, Yi Xian could clearly sense a crazy biological frequency that was faintly spreading out from within the undying world. This was clearly the world's insects that formed the undying world. And the rhythm of reproduction. There was no doubt that the transformation and evolution process this time would not end in a day or two. The fact that these purple energy crystals had such a fatal attraction to the world's self-evolved insects was enough to show how powerful their effects were. In addition, there was such a huge amount of crystals. According to Yi Xian's conservative estimate, it would take at least several years for half of the purple crystals to be completely depleted. In that case, there was no need to keep watching. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's consciousness immediately retreated from the undying world within his body. His eyes flashed and landed on the last 4 different colored energy crystals within the star core. Yi Xian already knew that these 4 types of energy crystals were coincidentally the core resources he needed to level up the 4 great starry sky battle armors in his hands. These 4 astral battlecruisers were Yi Xian's trump cards back then. Relying on them, Yi Xian could kill domain lords and even sector lords when he was in the universe realm. When he was in the sector lord realm, he could make the undying old monsters retreat in defeat and even kill them on the spot. But now, as his cultivation level increased to the undying world, the power of these 4 astral battlecruisers was far from enough. For this reason, Yi Xian had previously used the treasure-seeking mouse's bloodline in the fox ferret's body to obtain energy suitable for the evolution of the 4 astral battlecruisers' bloodline. Now, these 4 astral battlecruisers had all fallen into a deep slumber. When they woke up, they would definitely break out of their cocoons and transform into butterflies. However, the evolution of the astral battlecruiser's life level was only software. As the hardware, if the astral battlecruisers did not undergo a corresponding upgrade, they would not be able to support the terrifying energy released by the transformed astral battlecruisers. Chapter 43-45. Within each of the 4 Starry Skies battlecruisers, there is now a kinetic energy race hibernating. However, the hardware upgrade of the 4 Starry Skies battlecruisers will not affect the kinetic energy races hibernating in the thousands of beehive nodes of the battlecruisers. Therefore, the kinetic energy races that were hibernating had to be moved out first. This would save a lot of trouble. Yi Xian did not waste too much time. After making the decision, he immediately took action. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the last 4 different colored energy crystals were all kept in his body. However, he did not send them into the undying world. Instead, he passed them to the devouring system. These energy crystals would be used to upgrade the hardware of the 4 galactic battle giants. Yi Xian did not know how many energy crystals would be used for this upgrade. However, the system would automatically transfer the remaining energy crystals to the undying world in case of emergencies. Required. After that, Yi Xian took out the 4 galactic battle giants that were originally in his undying world and passed them to the devouring system. Then, he immediately ordered the forging system attached to the devouring system to start the upgrade of the 4 galactic battle giants. A comprehensive upgrade, when a low buzzing sound could be heard. In the next moment, system notifications rang in Yi Xian's mind one after another. The hardware upgrade of the 4 galactic battle giants had begun. This process was obviously not something that could be completed in a short period of time. However, it was not as long as the evolution of the giant life fortress of the Wild Dragon battleship. The giant life fortress of the Wild Dragon battleship was a complete transformation and evolution of the entire world's insects. On the other hand, the 4 galactic battle giants were merely hardware upgrades and modifications based on their current foundation. They were completely different. The concept and time required were naturally different as well. Furthermore, even if the 4 galactic battle giants were added together, they would not be as large as the giant life fortress of the Wild Dragon battleship. Therefore, according to Yi Xian's estimation and deduction, this upgrade would only take about half a month. It would be completed completely. Yi Xian was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he sat down cross-legged in the core of the planet and started a short period of cultivation. Half a month later, Yi Xian, who was in a state of cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes. With a flash of light, he stood up and took a step forward. His figure was already in the void of the universe outside the planet. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. With a wave of his hand, a sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out. 4 rays of light shot out from his hand. The 4 great starry sky battle claws that had just completed the hardware upgrade were directly summoned by him. They formed a row in the air in front of Yi Xian. At first glance, the galactic battle giants of the Wild Dragon battleship, but upon closer inspection, there was a slight difference. Before and large Yi Xian was of the galactic battle giants battleship. The current 4 great clones were bigger than before, and they had a more metallic luster, giving people an extremely heavy and dignified feeling. O Yi Xian battle giantesses of the giant battle giant battle giant was the god energy crystals. However, there was no way to know the exact extent of the power at the moment because the 4 major kinetic races in the 4 major battle clans were all still in hibernation at the moment. Even if Yi Xian wanted to test its power, he could only do so after the 4 kinetic races in the Warhulla successfully completed their life form transition. After examining it for a while, Yi Xian waved his hand and put away the 4 great galactic battle talismans. Then he set off on his journey again. Although this unexpected gain made him extremely satisfied, and he finally solved the problem of upgrading the hardware of the 4 starry sky battle trolls, the real business, that is, the 6th title mission of the system, was still nowhere in sight. Calculating the time, Yi Xian realized that 2 years had already passed. Although he still hadn't received a reminder of the mission's deadline, this matter couldn't be dragged on any longer. Yi Xian felt a strong sense of urgency. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. This time, Yi Xian's luck was better. At the end of the void in front of him with his divine sense, a few stars unexpectedly appeared. One of them was especially large, and with just a glance, he was able to confirm that this star was a nest of chaos that gave birth to a chaos demon god. With a jolt of his spirit, Yi Xian immediately launched at full speed and shot toward it. Not long after, his figure came to an abrupt stop in the void. Thousands of miles in front of him was the incomparably large nest star. To his slight disappointment, this nest of chaos clearly still had nothing to do with the so-called strongest power law. The aura emitted from the star was even weaker than the nest star that had a large number of energy crystals previously. Although it's impossible for this place to be a primal chaos origin nest that contains the laws of power, perhaps there will be other gains within the star core. With the gains from the previous primal chaos origin nest, Yi Xian had unknowingly started to think about all of the nests. Although this primal chaos origin nest wasn't the target he was looking for, he still didn't plan on letting it go. Before he finished speaking, his figure had already flashed and shot toward it, when, just as his figure was about 1,000 miles away from the surface of the star, a raging buzzing sound rang out. Yi Xian's figure, which was originally falling at an extremely fast speed, seemed to have crashed into an incomparably solid invisible barrier, sealing it with him. Even with the cultivation strength of a 9th-stage king, he was unable to pass through it. Furthermore, he was repelled by a majestic force that made his hair stand on end. He only managed to stabilize himself after tumbling in the void outside the star for tens of thousands of miles. Shaking his head, Yi Xian looked at the nest star in front of him again. His face was already filled with shock. Under the collision just now, not only did Yi Xian's figure tumble back tens of thousands of miles, even his blood and qi were in turmoil. Even now, his figure had stabilized, and his eyes were still seeing stars, although this had something to do with the inertia force formed when he fell toward the star at an extremely fast speed. The main reason was that the invisible field that enveloped the Source Hive star was too powerful. What's going on? Why is there such a terrifying invisible force field outside the nest of chaos? Looking at the nest star in front of him in a daze, Yi Xian was stunned for more than 10 minutes before he attacked again. He punched towards the nest star in front of him from afar. Boom! Rumble! An earth-shattering rumbling sound rang out in an instant. In his line of sight, in the cosmic void thousands of miles away from the surface of the nest star, a layer of incomparably solid ripples appeared. It only shook slightly for a moment before it disappeared again in the blink of an eye. Chapter 43-46. Boom! As the guess surfaced in his heart, Yixian unwillingly attacked again. He threw a punch at the source nest star in front of him. However, he had suffered a small loss because he was caught off guard, so this time, he did not rashly use too much power. In front of him, a loud rumbling sound came. In the void thousands of miles away from the source nest star, another ripple appeared. It shook slightly, and then immediately disappeared. Once again confirming the guess in his heart, Yixian immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. He did not try again, and there was no need to try again. It seems that all the source nest stars, once the demon god seed germinates, will be protected by an invisible ripple. It will be strong if it is strong, weak if it is weak. In short, it is impossible to break. At this moment, Yixian was so regretful that his intestines were about to turn green. The source nest stars he had encountered before did not have such ripples, but Yixian had only made a move once. Now, it seemed that as long as this ripple appeared, the demon god seed inside the source nest star would germinate. No matter what Yixian wanted to do, he would not be able to do as he wished. The reason why he regretted it now was because he had encountered so many source nest stars where the demon god seed had yet to germinate. However, Yixian was occupied by the source nest star that was eager to find the source nest star that gave birth to the power demon god. He ignored the benefits that were right in front of him. It would be very difficult to encounter such an opportunity again in the future. At the same time, an even stronger sense of urgency quietly surfaced in his heart at this moment. Previously, Yixian did not know that such a situation would occur once the demon god seed germinated in all the source nest stars. In addition, the system did not set a time limit for the completion of this title mission, so although he was a little anxious, it was not very serious. But now it was different. Although the system did not set a time limit for the completion of this title mission, in fact, this time limit had already existed. There were only 3,000 source nest stars in this primordial void. If the demon god seed inside all the source nest stars had germinated, and Yixian still could not find the source nest star that gave birth to the power demon god, and use it to complete the system's title quest, in that case, the final result would undoubtedly be that Yixian would not have any more chances. Even if he found all 3,000 nesting stars, since he could not break through the ripples and enter the stars, how could he refine them? If Zhang Xian was unable to refine it, he would not be able to complete the title quest and would be judged as a failure by the devouring system in his body. F***ck. He couldn't wait any longer. Since he had already encountered a nestor star that had already sprouted, it meant that the other nestor stars would soon be there. It was even possible that most of the nestor stars had already sprouted demon god seeds. Germinate. Thinking of this, Yixian could not sit still on the spot. He even began to waver in his desire to find the nesting star that gave birth to the power overlord. His figure flickered, and he continued to shoot toward the vast universe void in front of him. Forget it, if I can find it within a month, then it will be fine. Otherwise, a month later, as long as I find a source with a demon god seed that has not sprouted yet, a month later, as long as I find a source with a demon god seed that has not sprouted yet, nestor star. At that time, I will immediately enter and complete the system's mission first. As these words rang out, Yixian's figure turned into a stream of light in the blink of an eye and disappeared at the end of the universe in front of him. He was gone. In the environment of the universe, a month passed in the blink of an eye. Yixian was very disappointed, because in the past month, he had indeed encountered new nesting stars. Moreover, there were quite a few of them, 3 in total. However, without exception, the demon god seeds nurtured within these 3 nesting stars had all sprouted. Once the distance between the 3 nesting stars was about 1,000 kilometers, a ripple would appear in an instant. It was so light that it seemed like nothing, but no matter how Yixian tried to attack, he was unable to cross it and rush into the interior of the star. After encountering this situation 3 times in a row, Yixian became more and more anxious. He now suspected that all the nesting stars were already in this situation. Even if there were still demon god seeds that had not sprouted yet, there were probably not too many of them. Imperceptibly, the sense of urgency that shrouded his mind grew stronger and stronger. At this moment, he had already completely thrown the matter of looking for the source nest star that nurtured the power demon god seed to the back of his mind. He couldn't even complete the title mission issued by the system, so how could he dare to hope for more? A month had already passed. Yixian was now focused on finding a nesting star that had yet to germinate the demon god seed in this primordial void as soon as possible. In this way, no matter what kind of primordial law was nurtured inside, Yixian would not hesitate at all. He would immediately rush in and plant a strand of primordial spirit seed in the core area of the origin nest. He would occupy the nest and complete the system's mission first. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. During these 7 days, Yixian did not gain anything and did not encounter a single nesting star. Just as his heart was becoming more and more anxious, in the originally empty void of the universe in front of him, a huge star appeared. An incomparably huge star suddenly appeared in the range of his extended divine sense. What caused Yixian to be incomparably pleasantly surprised was that the aura emitted from the source nest star actually gave him an incomparably berserk feeling of power. It can't be such a coincidence, right? I actually found the nesting star that gave birth to the primordial law at such a critical moment? As he muttered to himself, Yixian's eyes lit up. Without any hesitation, his figure flashed, and he instantly unleashed an extremely fast speed, shooting towards the giant star in front of him. At this moment, not only was he excited, he was also extremely nervous. His heart was almost in his throat. This was because although he had found this nesting star that gave birth to the primordial law, it was still unknown whether the demon god seed inside had already sprouted. If it had already sprouted, then for Yixian, the huge surprise that he saw in front of him would probably turn into a shock in the blink of an eye. Even this nesting star that gave birth to the strongest laws had already sprouted, so what hope was there for the nesting stars that gave birth to other weaker laws? If that was really the case, then the system's title mission this time was destined to be impossible to complete. However, this worry was obviously unnecessary. As Yixian approached, in just a few minutes, he arrived at the void close to this giant star. Chapter 43-47. Could it be that there is really some kind of heaven's will that is controlling all of this? Even the demon god seeds nurtured in the nests with weaker laws had already sprouted, but this nests with the strongest laws were still the same. The instant his feet touched the ground, Yixian's heart, which had already reached his throat, finally returned to his chest. He took a long breath and muttered with emotion, or perhaps, it's really as the headless infant corpse said earlier. This Star Lord's body. My Star Lord's body? Is there really a strand of primordial luck on my body? Otherwise, how could the world be so coincidental? This source nest star that breeds the law of the strongest power seems to have been waiting for this star master. After a while, Yixian did not dare to stay any longer. His figure flashed and he rushed to the depths of the star under his feet, all the way to the core of the star. After a short while, the star core arrived. Yixian plunged headfirst into it, and in an instant, a boundless aura of energy assaulted his face. With his current cultivation base that was close to half a step into the Emperor realm, under the envelopment of this aura of energy, he actually had a kind of feeling. Deep sense of powerlessness. There was no doubt that this nesting star was the law of primordial power that Yixian was looking for. What he had to do now was to activate the clone system attached to the system, separate a strand of primordial spirit, turn it into a seed, and plant it in this nesting star. The soil in which this strand of primordial spirit seed was planted, if he guessed correctly, should be the blood-red crystal in the centermost area of the core of the star. Without any hesitation, Yixian immediately ordered the devouring system in his body to activate the clone system. Then, a familiar system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have discovered the life origin crystal. Attribute, energy crystal form. Level, perfect pure level. Grade, primordial law level. Do you want to immediately refine it into a clone? Ding! Congratulations to the host. The clone system has been successfully activated. Current level, level 1. Current level can apply for number of clones, 0. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The 6th level of the system title preparation is completed. You have obtained the system reward. Choose one of the two, please choose. 1. Clone system level increased once. 2. Randomly activate another subsidiary system. Do you want to choose now? Upon hearing this notification, Yi Xian was stunned. His doppelganger system was indeed only at level 1. At level 1, there was only one doppelganger that could be refined using the doppelganger system. This slot had already been taken up by the devouring treasured body. In other words, Yi Xian couldn't use the doppelganger system to create a second doppelganger. Fortunately, the system had already noticed this bug and actually made a concession. It gave the level 6 system title reward in advance and gave the player the option of choosing one of the two. He could either choose to activate another subsidiary system, or choose to upgrade the current doppelganger system. If there were no accidents, the doppelganger system would be upgraded from level 1 to level 2, and the number of doppelgangers that could be condensed with the doppelganger system would also change from 1 to 2. Now there were 2 of them. As such, there was no need to consider the so-called choice of one of the two. The benefits in front of him were more attractive. Who the hell knew what the other side system would be like? Thinking of this, Yi Xian didn't hesitate and immediately responded. He chose to upgrade the doppelganger system directly. Soon, the familiar system notifications sounded in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The doppelganger system has been successfully upgraded. Current level, level 2. Number of doppelgangers that can be applied for at the current level, 1. Do you want to immediately apply to refine a doppelganger? Without hesitation, Yi Xian immediately replied again and immediately began to refine a doppelganger. Ding! Congratulations to the host, it has been confirmed to be used immediately. Target confirmed, system energy adjustment. Progress 1. At this point, Yi Xian's heart was completely relieved. Without hesitation, he immediately sat down cross-legged in the core of the Source Hive star. He closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation where he forgot about everything else. Soon, there was an invisible suction force in his body. This suction force was extremely mysterious and seemed to be targeting his primordial spirit consciousness. Faintly, Yi Xian felt as if a strand of his primordial spirit had been separated from his consciousness. It was fused into a tiny dot of light by some mysterious force, and then slowly floated out from his Violet Palace spiritual altar. At this moment, Yi Xian seemed to have a second perspective. This tiny light spot that floated out of his Purple Mansion spiritual altar seemed to have become his other eye. As it left his body, Yi Xian saw his original body sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed and entered a state of cultivation. Then this perspective slowly moved forward. The blood-red crystal not far in front of him, which was only about 10 feet in radius, became bigger and bigger in his line of sight. The bigger it got, the more it replaced everything in the end. Buzz. At this moment, a buzzing sound came from Yi Xian's mind. The last thing that the additional perspective saw was a boundless blood-red color. In the next moment, this perspective disappeared. Yi Xian's original body, which was sitting cross-legged in the core of the star core, opened his eyes. When he looked at the blood-red crystal not far in front of him again, he vaguely felt a connection with it. It was as if this blood-red crystal was originally from the same bloodline as Yi Xian. Obviously, this origin crystal of life that was originally going to give birth to a chaos demon god with the strongest primordial law, which was the law of strength, had now been obtained by Yi Xian. He had planted a primordial spirit seed in the deepest part of this origin crystal of life. Once this primordial spirit seed germinated, nothing could be changed. In the near future, when this blood-red crystal gave birth to a complete chaos demon god, Yi Xian's second doppelganger would also be born. According to his calculations, this time should not be too long, because the great wilderness world, which had collapsed countless years ago, would soon fully descend into the present world. If there were no accidents, the great wilderness world of the past would fully descend into the present world. This should be the moment when the 3,000 chaos demon gods in the primordial void would rush out of the star core and be born. The current Yi Xian could be said to be looking forward to the arrival of that day. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the expected system prompt sounded at this moment, resounding in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. System title exploration mission completed. System title upgrade successful. System current title, Level 6, Interstellar Controller. Interstellar Controller. This title comes with a halo effect. On the basis of the previous 5 levels of titles, Interstellar Traveler, Interstellar Adventurer, Interstellar Explorer, Interstellar Pathfinder, and Interstellar Raider, a brand new system ability will be added. Chapter 43-48. Whoosh! With a faint sound of breaking through the air, Yi Xian's figure rushed out of the star core and came to the void of the universe outside. He did not use any of the resources in this source hive star. After all, it was used to nurture his second system doppelganger. If he took away a piece of crystal in the source hive star, it would lead to an imperfect doppelganger. That would be a big problem. The loss outweighed the gain. Buzz. Almost at the same moment Yi Xian's figure rushed out of the star core, a low buzzing sound suddenly came from the source hive star behind him. Yi Xian understood and subconsciously turned his head to look. Sure enough, he saw a layer of blood-red ripples appear on the surface of the entire star core. It was only 1,000 miles away from the surface of the star core, and it disappeared in a flash. After all, this source hive star was nurtured with the strongest primordial laws of force. Therefore, not only was the color of the ripples that protected the entire star core different from the others, it was blood-red and gave off the same strength. Yi Xian had a very strong feeling that not to mention him now, even the headless infant corpse would not be able to break through this seemingly thin layer of blood-red ripples. After all, this was the place where the primordial laws of force were nurtured. In this way, he was finally completely relieved. It was as if a mountain had been lifted from his heart, and he suddenly felt much more relaxed. Although not long in the future, the once shattered primordial world would completely descend into the present world like a catastrophe. Now that Yi Xian had the strongest doppelganger in the process of nurturing, he was obviously more confident. This feeling of relief suddenly gave birth to a mysterious change in his state of mind. It seemed that he was about to break through again. In fact, during this period of time, Yi Xian had not been cultivating. Calculating the time, it had been a long time since he had a breakthrough. Now that he had resolved the knot in his heart, it was the best time to strike while the iron was hot and start a breakthrough. Without any hesitation, he immediately rushed over. 2 days later, he saw an abandoned star core in the void ahead. With a flash, Yi Xian rushed into the star core of this abandoned star core and sat down cross-legged, preparing to break through in seclusion. Whoosh! Swish! 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 Sonic booms rang out one after another. These were all cultivation resources that Yi Xian retrieved from his undying world. There was also a liquid sphere with a diameter of several hundred meters. There was a strange fragrance that was so thick that it made one's hair stand on end. This liquid sphere was filled with the blood of the demonic vine. Yi Xian had only used this resource once before, and its effects were still in peak condition, so he took out some more this time. In any case, he had an astonishing amount of resources, so he wasn't afraid of running out. Soon, Yi Xian activated the power of the Shenong Cauldron's domain and compressed it to the size of an infant's fist. It looked like a strange, fragrant pill. Yi Xian didn't stop at all when he swallowed the crimson pill that was compressed from a sea of demonic vine's blood. He then swallowed 10 drops of evil origin fluid and 100 cubic meters of purple gold top-grade great flesh medicine. Up until now, his cultivation was getting stronger and stronger. Therefore, every time he broke through, he would need more top-notch cultivation resources. After doing all this, he waved his hand and summoned the Shenong Cauldron. He took a step forward and arrived at the mouth of the cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. Without hesitation, he closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged, beginning a new round of breakthrough. The sound of chains covering the sky and earth rang out loudly in Yi Xian's body. This time, There was only one shackle that appeared in his body. Yi Xian was already familiar with everything that happened next, so he didn't stop at all. He immediately activated a huge river. The river of energy that formed in his body began to circulate through the 100 meridians in his body, accumulating energy. In the end, when all the energy had been refined, the chain broke with a single impact. As this extremely thick shackle was finally completely broken, the expected system notification rang out in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient void tactics. Current realm, Peak Emperor level 9. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body. Current realm, Peak Emperor level 9. With this breakthrough, Yi Xian's battle strength increased again, finally reaching the peak of the Emperor level. Before this, his original body's strength was only at the 8th level of the Emperor level. Once he activated the ancient demon ape bloodline power in his body, he could instantly reach the Emperor level. Peak Emperor level 9. Once he used the 9 demon ape transformation and reached the 6th transformation, his battle strength would immediately soar to the 6th level of the Emperor level. And now, after activating the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body, Yi Xian would instantly reach the 1st level of the Emperor level. If he used the bloodline power of the 9 demon ape transformation and reached the 6th transformation, his peak battle strength would reach the 7th level of the Emperor level, which was the late Emperor level. His battle strength would soar by a large margin. However, this was obviously not the end. This time, what Yi Xian wanted to break through was the normal state of his body. The Emperor realm. Xiu. 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 Without any hesitation or even any intention of resting, Yi Xian waved his hand again and took out the second batch of cultivation resources that he had already prepared from the undying world within his body and the Shenong cauldron beneath him. These resources were all swallowed into his stomach, and once again transformed into a large river of energy with a majestic aura. Finally, and most importantly, was a level 23 pill that he had prepared long ago. There were a total of 5 level 23 pills in the cauldron. He had given one to Green Bull for his own use and 2 to the public resources of the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood. There were 2 left. The one Yi Xian took out was the best of the 2. After using it, there was only 1 left. Very quickly, this level 23 treasure pill that emitted a strong aura of the Emperor was swallowed by Yi Xian with his mouth open. Rumble! An earth-shattering sound was heard, followed by the terrifying sound of chains. This time, Yi Xian wanted to break through the Emperor-level shackles, so his movements were naturally different. A thick and solid chain appeared in the chest of his physical body. The clanking sounds of the incomparable shackles continued to be heard. This thick chain represented the cultivation level of the Emperor level. Once it was broken, Yi Xian would instantly become an Emperor-level immortal. As he urged the great river of energy in his body, he endured the intense pain he had never experienced before and continued to attack. In the end, a loud clanging sound was heard. The shackles on his chest were finally broken. The anticipated system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the ancient void tactics. Current realm, Emperor level 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the blood chi realm. Current realm, Emperor level 1. Chapter 43-49. Screech! Yi Xian raised his head and let out an incomparably excited and joyful roar. With a wave of his hand, he put away the Shenong cauldron and took a step out of the star core. His entire body was emitting a purplish-gold multicolored light. From this moment onwards, he was an emperor. Boom! Rumble! Almost in the next instant, in the void of the universe outside the life star beneath his feet, a large amount of black tribulation clouds surged over. The amount was so large that it made one's hair stand on end, enveloping the entire star, as if the original atmosphere had been covered again. The second layer of black atmosphere. It was obvious that with Yi Xian's breakthrough, his Emperor Tribulation had arrived as well. No wonder his aura was so terrifying. After all, this was the Emperor Tribulation, so its power naturally surpassed that of before. It was only natural for the tribulation clouds to have such a scale. And now, what he wanted was the baptism of a wave of lightning tribulation. In the face of a lightning tribulation that would cause cultivators to pale in fright, Yixian's dictionary had never had the word escape. Roar. At this moment, he raised his head and roared. His hair fluttered in the wind, and the aura in his body was completely activated. His entire body was like the hottest human-shaped star, and within his body endless treasure light was blooming through the 1.08 billion pores on his body. It shot out. Crack. The tribulation clouds in the sky instantly surged even more violently. In a short breath of time, an incomparably thick bolt of purplish gold lightning had already smashed down. Rai-di seal. With a soft cry, Yixian waved his hand, and the Rai-di seal that was suspended above his sea of consciousness shot out. Screech. With the appearance of the Rai-di seal, an incomparably resounding and tyrannical roar immediately resounded from within the Emperor Seal. This was the Emperor Seal's thunder spirit rejoicing. To it, this kind of emperor tribulation was the best opportunity to temper itself. Back then, the thunder sparrow that was refined into a thunder spirit was only at the 3rd level of the immortal realm. However, now, because of the nurturing of the Rai-di seal, coupled with the nurturing of the thunder tribulation last time, it had already broken through to the immortal realm. This time, after sensing the powerful aura of the Emperor Tribulation, the Emperor Seal's thunder spirit rejoiced again, because this thunder tribulation was not only Yixian's opportunity, but also its opportunity. After the baptism of the thunder tribulation, the Rai-di seal would become even stronger, and the Emperor Seal's thunder spirit would also become even stronger. It was very likely to break through to the immortal realm and become an Emperor Immortal realm. Such a huge benefit made it extremely excited. It had a feeling that it was unable to restrain itself any longer and wanted to rush out. Stay in the Imperial Seal obediently. There are still 3 waves of purple gold lightning in the Imperial Tribulation. I only need the last wave. I'll leave the first 2 waves to you and the Imperial Seal. Slightly raising his head, the words that came out of Yixian's mouth were exactly the same as before. He was still distributing the 3 waves of lightning tribulation that were about to descend from above his head. As soon as he finished, the first thunder tribulation struck down. Although it was heading towards Yixian's head, it did not leak out at all, as it was all absorbed by the Rai-di seal. Screech. Almost in the next moment, the thunder spirit's cheering voice came from the Emperor's seal again. At this time, a second loud cracking sound came from the sky above his head. A purple gold lightning bolt that was even thicker than before, reaching 100 feet in size, instantly pounced over. However, Yixian did not move at all. With his hands behind his back, he allowed the Rai-di seal to absorb the second thunder tribulation seal. Almost in the next instant, an even more joyous and ruthless roar came out of the Imperial Seal, revealing the chi of a half-emperor. This time, although the Emperor Seal's thunder spirit did not directly break through, it was almost there. Maybe after a period of digestion, it would be able to break through to Emperor level. Curling his lips, Yixian waved his hand and kept the Rai-di seal within his body. With a flash, he charged towards the terrifying thunder tribulation cloud above his head. Kacha! Very quickly, the last thunder tribulation lightning struck down. Its power was even more terrifying. Although it was still purple gold in color, its diameter had increased by more than 10 times, giving off a feeling that it was going to destroy heaven and earth. Yixian let out an angry roar. He did not dodge. Instead, he charged forward and within a blink of an eye, he was completely submerged within the thunder tribulation lightning. Rumble. From that moment onwards, terrifying explosions rang out incessantly within the vast purplish gold tribulation clouds. The vast expanse of space was enveloped by the sea of purplish gold lightning. The space trembled slightly, as if it could explode at any moment. It could completely collapse. After raging for more than 10 breaths, the vast thunder tribulation sea finally disappeared completely. The space was clear once again. Shio. Yixian stepped out. His body was not injured at all, but his treasure body was still glowing brightly. He emitted an endless emperor aura that spread in all directions. Along with the breakthrough in his cultivation, his original body also possessed the strength of an immortal emperor under normal circumstances. Adding on the fact that the system's title mission this time had been successfully completed, Yi Xian instantly felt more relaxed than before. After adjusting his state of mind, he began to consider his next move. First of all, as the system's title leveled up to the 6th level of the Star Controller, the number of interstellar coordinates that Yi Xian could imprint in the void of the same universe had increased from 2 to 3. Previously, when he entered the space fragment of this great desolate land, Yi Xian had already imprinted one in the mulberry tree star field. This meant that now he could imprint 2 more jump points. After pondering for a while, Yi Xian quickly made a decision. With a flash of his body, he immediately rushed toward the source nest star that he had just left. What was nurturing there was his doppelganger, and it was a doppelganger that possessed the strongest law of power. It could be said to be extremely important. After the great desolate world fully descended, it was very likely to become Yi Xian's greatest reliance. Hence, there was absolutely no room for error. Even though the surface of the source nest star was protected by a blood-red ripple, Yi Xian was still somewhat worried. It was very likely that he would frequently come to take a look in the future. Hence, it was imperative that he imprint an interstellar jump point here. Otherwise, once he left this place and returned to the Phoenix Bloodstar field, without an interstellar jump point, Yi Xian would have to travel extremely fast in the space for years to come and take a look. That would be too depressing. Xiao! The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Yi Xian suddenly stopped moving. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand and separated a strand of his primordial spirit. According to the secret method of imprinting interstellar coordinates, he started to imprint. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, another 3 days had passed. Perhaps because this was the highest level of the Great Desolate Land, Yi Xian's imprinting of the interstellar jump point was actually extremely slow this time. Chapter 4350. Following the successful branding of the second interstellar coordinate jump point in the void of the Great Desolate World fragment, Yi Xian was already able to easily travel between the surroundings of the source star that was nurturing his energy clone and the Mulberry G star region that he had just entered. He could travel back and forth. With a thought, he could arrive there in an instant. However, after pondering for a while, he decided not to return yet. And it wasn't just Shangji Star Field or Phoenix Blood Star Field. Yi Xian didn't even plan to return to the Rising Sun Forbidden Land that he had entered through the Star Whirlpool 2 years ago. After all, 2 years had passed, and it was hard to say if the Underworld Furnace was still within the Forbidden Land. What's more, even though the Underworld Furnace's movements were important, Yi Xian had more important things to do within this space. Previously, according to the Headless Infant Corpse, the entire untainted world had fallen apart after the Primordial War. As the origin of the untainted world, the mysterious Mother Planet was protected by a mysterious will of the Mother Planet, bringing along an entire star area. It flew away and seemed to have entered the Great Wilderness. From Yi Xian's point of view, since he had already entered the Great Wilderness, he might as well make the best of it and not rush to return. He could use some time to search this vast and boundless great wilderness to see if he could find any clues. Perhaps he could find any clues to the mysterious Mother Planet. During this process, Yi Xian had 2 other important things to do. One was to deduce the perfect formula of the level 25 treasure pill. Currently, he had already consumed the level 23 pill and entered the Emperor level. After that, he had already deduced the perfect formula of the level 24 pill that could help him become an Emperor level Undying. After level 24, it would be the level 25 treasure pill that could help an Emperor level Undying enter the Universe Night level. The perfect formula of the level 24 pill was incredibly difficult to deduce, and the level 25 pill was even more so. Yi Xian needed more time to figure it out. The second thing was to kill an Emperor level Undying. Making the level 24 pill required at least 5 Emperor-level blood essences. Compared to the Emperor-level blood essences, Emperor-level blood essences were harder to obtain, so Yi Xian had to prepare early. These 2 things could be done at the same time while searching for clues to the Mother Planet. Hence, staying in the Great Wilderness to search for clues to the Mother Planet would not be a waste of time even if there were no results. At this moment, when mentioning the clues to the mother planet, Yixian immediately thought of the Mosquito Emperor, who was also his sworn brother, Shueben. 2 years ago, with his help, Shueben's strength had skyrocketed, and his bloodline had undergone ancestral awakening. After he had become a pure-blooded desolate-era fierce mosquito, he had sensed the call of a mysterious power in the void. At that time, he couldn't confirm what the source of the call was. After all, the devil race's bloodline primordial ancestor had left with a few juniors and the desolate ancient fierce mosquito that followed him in order to find a way back to the ancestral star. To a certain extent, it was very likely that they were here, in this fragment of the great wilderness. If that was the case, the mysterious call that Shueben felt was very likely to come from the ancient mosquito that followed the origin ancestor of the demon race, which was his grandfather. However, there was also a possibility that the source of the call was from the mother planet, because even Shueben's grandfather had come from the mother planet. At that time, his bloodline had returned to its ancestral form, and he had become a pure-blooded ancient mosquito. It was possible that he could feel the weak presence of the mother planet in an instant. However, according to Shueben's intuition, the source of the call seemed to be extremely far away, and he couldn't get there in 3 to 5 years. Moreover, perhaps because his cultivation was still too weak, although he could feel the existence of the mysterious summoning power, it was intermittent and not very clear. If he had rushed over immediately, it would have been very difficult to pinpoint the direction. With a clear direction, the void was so vast. If he were to deviate even a little bit, the final result would undoubtedly be a huge mistake. Because of this, Yixian had no choice but to temporarily put this matter aside. Then, Shueben returned to the blood mosquito battle armor and went into seclusion to refine the energy stored in the charcoal maggot blood marrow. Counting the time, in the blink of an eye, more than 2 years had passed. If nothing unexpected happened, the large amount of charcoal maggot blood marrow energy that Shueben had devoured should have been completely refined, and his cultivation and strength should have soared again. And now, Yixian had entered the great wilderness void from the star vortex into the primordial void that was connected to it. It was very likely that it was where the mysterious mother planet was. In this way, if Shueben was called out, with the bloodline of the ancient mosquito that had completely returned to its ancestral form, it was very likely that he could sense the call even more clearly. Thinking of this, Yixian no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, he immediately called out Shueben from the blood mosquito battle armor. He turned into a blood-colored light and appeared in the void in front of him. In addition to Shueben, the elephant fox Sable, who had also been in seclusion for more than 2 years in the Shenong Cauldron, was also summoned by him. They both made breakthroughs? As the figures of Shueben and the elephant fox Sable appeared, Yixian's eyes flashed, and a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. In front of him, Shueben appeared in the form of a human, while the elephant fox Sable appeared in the form of a 1-foot-long elephant fox Sable. However, the aura emitted from their bodies showed that they were both Emperor-level undyings. 2 years ago, when Shueben entered the blood mosquito battle armor, he had just made a breakthrough to the Marquis level. Unexpectedly, after 2 years of refining the large amount of charcoal maggot blood marrow energy that he had devoured, he actually made a breakthrough to the Marquis level. And because of the ancestral form of the bloodline in his body, he had become a pure-blooded ancient mosquito. This kind of breakthrough didn't even require a level 22 treasure pill, which was really shocking. As for the elephant fox Sable, when he was in seclusion, he was already an early-stage Marquis level undyings, and Yixian had already given him a level 22 treasure pill. Now, it seemed that this old guy had been relying on Yixian's large amount of pills for the past 2 years. First, he had raised his strength to the pinnacle of the 9th stage Marquis level undyings. Then, he had swallowed the level 22 treasure pill and made a breakthrough to the Marquis level undyings. At this moment, as Shueben and the elephant fox Sable appeared, Yixian exclaimed in surprise. Before he could ask again, Shueben's expression suddenly changed, revealing a look of shock. He turned his head towards the void in the distance to the right. He looked towards the end of the void. In his mouth, there was a sudden exclamation, "Hiss!" What a strong summoning force, and there are actually 2 places, one strong and one weak. What is this place? Chapter 43:51. What's going on? The summoning power you sensed was actually two? As Shui Ben's words sounded out, Yi Xian's expression couldn't help but abruptly change. When he softly exclaimed, his face was already filled with shock. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he immediately became excited, almost cheering, and said, "If that's really the case, we've gained a lot this time. The clues of the ancestral star are almost there." Yi Xian was almost certain about this. This was because he was already a peerless emperor, and he had activated the devil ape bloodline in his body, transforming into a Tenjiang tall violent star ape. His cultivation had reached the second-order peerless emperor. Even so, Yi Xian still didn't sense any abnormal summoning power. In fact, the same was true for Elephant Fox Martin, who had become an emperor. The Elephantine's treasure-seeking mouse bloodline was already extraordinary. Now that he had become a regal lord, his treasure-seeking mouse bloodline power had increased tremendously. However, he still did not sense any unusual summoning power. This was enough to show that this mysterious call could only be sensed by Shui Ben. Moreover, it was only after the bloodline in his body had undergone atavism and evolved into a true primordial mosquito that he suddenly caught the aura of this call. He was sure that this mysterious summoning power had something to do with the desolate, fierce mosquito bloodline in Shui Ben's body. Therefore, the two strong and weak summoning powers he sensed now, apart from the Demon Man ancestor's follower, who was Shui Ben's grandfather, the other one must be the ancestral planet that Yi Xian was looking for. No, there was another possibility. The other summoning power could be Shui Ben's father, the original body of the Mad Mosquito Emperor. Yi Xian could only think of three possibilities related to the desolate, fierce mosquito bloodline in Shui Ben's body. Now that he sensed the two summoning powers, one strong and one weak, it must be related to this. Thinking of this, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. He immediately turned his head to look at Shui Ben and anxiously asked, "Big brother Shui Ben, you're already an undying emperor. Furthermore, you immediately had a strong feeling the moment you came out. Tell me, where are the two summoning powers? Let's go there immediately." The two summoning forces I sensed, one strong and one weak, one east and one west. Nodding, Shui Ben helplessly pointed to the left and right of his body, then spread his hands and continued, "Also, based on my senses, these two summoning forces just happen to be in different directions, and they both seem to be extremely far away, but east. On the other side, this weaker sensing force seems to be slightly weaker. You think the close ones are weak? What's going on?" Yi Xian frowned. After pondering for a moment, he immediately made a decision. He raised his hand and pointed towards the void in the east. "Since the summoning power is closer, then let's start with it first. Let's go now. Let's go." After he finished speaking, Yi Xian's figure swayed as he waved his hand and sent out a boundless force that wrapped around the elephant fox mink and Shui Ben. In an instant, they transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the distant sky at an extremely fast speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian's second-order emperor cultivation was fully unleashed as he moved at an extremely fast speed. Very quickly, he followed this fixed direction and flew through the air for an entire 3 months. During this period, he even used void teleportation to lock the direction. The distance left behind in the void was simply an astronomical figure. It was so far away that it made people speechless. During these 3 months, Yi Xian encountered a few nests that gave birth to a chaos demon god, but he didn't pay attention to them. He even stopped temporarily to check if the demon god seeds in these nests had already grown. They had already sprouted, so he was no longer interested. His entire mind was completely attracted by the source of the summoning power in the void ahead of him. He didn't even know where it was, and he didn't even know how far it was. Another 2 days passed. When Yi Xian started to feel impatient, he activated an invisible true essence that enveloped his entire body and maintained the same speed as him. Shui Ben, who was shooting forward, finally sent a divine sense sound transmission to Yi Xian. The weak summoning power was nearby, not far away. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian immediately stopped. With a wave of his hand, he removed the invisible true essence that wrapped around Shui Ben and the elephant fox Martin. Then he fixed his gaze on Shui Ben. He stared at him in a daze, waiting quietly. The following. The originally very weak summoning power suddenly became much stronger after reaching the star field. It's definitely not far away. There should be over there. After sensing for a while, Shui Ben turned his head and pointed in another direction. This made Yi Xian a little speechless. Fortunately, this direction was not in the opposite direction, but only a slight deviation. Otherwise, he would have begun to doubt Shui Ben's senses. Was it really reliable? Since they were already close, there was no need to hurry. This time, Yi Xian let Shui Ben lead the way while he pressed the elephant fox Martin on his right shoulder and followed closely behind Shui Ben. In this way, the three of them rushed forward for another day and a half. When Yi Xian felt a little impatient again, a huge star suddenly appeared in the distant void of the universe. It was clearly a place that gave birth to a chaos demon god. Source Nest Star. As this Source Nest Star appeared in the void of the universe in front of them, Shui Ben's eyes instantly lit up. It was obvious that his senses had become much stronger. His figure no longer hesitated, and with a raise of his speed, he shot straight towards the star in front of him. Looking at this situation, the weak summoning power he sensed was clearly related to the Source Nest Star in front of him. Although he didn't know what it was exactly, one thing was certain, and that was that this weak summoning power absolutely didn't belong to the Source Nest Star in front of him. This weak summoning power had nothing to do with the ancestral star. Although they were both stars, the ancestral star was completely different from this Source Nest Star. Whether it was the ancient star in Yi Xian's memory or the ancestral star that belonged to this side of the world, they were definitely not like this. When this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's face was slightly startled. In an instant, a feeling of disappointment surged into his heart. However, this was only one of the two summoning powers after all, and it was the weaker one. Although it was not the ancestral star that he was looking for, at least there was another stronger summoning power. There was at least a 50% chance of finding the ancestral star. Chapter 43-52. The stars in the primordial void were divided into two types. One was an ordinary abandoned star, just like the outside world, and the other was a nesting star that gave birth to a chaotic demon god. As for the latter, there were only 3,000 of them. Now, there was already one, and it was even the strongest one. Yi Xian had taken it into his bag and planted a primordial spirit seed into it, nurturing his energy clone. These 3,000 nesting stars were basically the same as other ordinary abandoned stars except that they were particularly large. In other words, the atmosphere of a living star did not exist on the surface of a star in the primordial void. Because of this, even though Yi Xian, Shui Ben, and the elephant fox mink were still tens of thousands of kilometers away from this gigantic origin nest star, with their powerful cultivations, they were still able to see everything on the surface of the planet from such a distance away. He could see everything in detail. The surface of this star was the same as an ordinary abandoned star. Not even a plant could be seen, let alone a human figure. In other words, the summoning force that Shui Ben sensed was actually in the core of this nesting star. As this thought surfaced in his mind, Yi Xian's face could not help but turn a little green. His face was full of resentment, and he turned his head to look at Shui Ben, who was also a little dumbfounded. He said faintly, "Brother Shui Ben, are your senses reliable? This is clearly a nesting star that gives birth to a chaotic demon god. Moreover, the demon god seed in this nesting star has already sprouted. In other words, there can be no other living matter in this star except for the demon god seed in the core. I am absolutely sure of this." Yi Xian did not know about this before, but when he planted a primordial spirit seed in the nesting star that gave birth to the strongest power of the primordial void and occupied it, Yi Xian immediately knew about this matter. Once the demon god seed began to germinate in all the nesting stars that gave birth to the demon god seed, it was impossible for other living things to exist inside or outside the star. Even a small insect would appear in the ripples that enveloped the nesting star. In that instant he perished. As if to prove his words, Yi Xian waved his hand and blasted out an invisible energy that shot towards the source nest star that was thousands of kilometers away. Boom! A huge roar sounded in an instant, and as the energy shot out, a spherical ripple appeared in the void of the universe about 1,000 miles above the source hive star, enveloping the entire source hive star in it. Look, let alone me, even an emperor or a universe knight wouldn't be able to break through this layer of ripples. Only when the chaos demon god is born in the core of the star is formed will it break through and be born, said Luofeng. In other words, this source nest star had absolutely no latecomers. The mysterious summoning force that Xue Ben sensed was either wrong, or it was the chaos demon god that was born in the source nest star's core. From Yi Xian's words and behavior, he was obviously leaning towards the former. Both the elephant fox ferret and Xue Ben felt this. The two of them exchanged glances, then Xue Ben turned around to look at Yi Xian. With a solemn expression, he said, "Brother Yi Xian, my senses are definitely right. That weak summoning force is within this star. Just like what you said, it's in the core of the star at the center of the star. Furthermore, as the distance is close now, this originally extremely weak summoning power has become extremely strong. I even already know its origins and details." "What? Tell me." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up and he hurriedly urged, "What's the origin of the chaos demon god that's born in this source nest star?" Xue Ben's expression immediately became strange, and he stuttered. In the end, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. "He's my father. To be precise, he's my father's original body. This is a direct bloodline relationship, so close. At such a close distance, I can't be wrong. It's actually the original body of the mad mosquito?" This result was far beyond Yi Xian's expectations. He had already mentally prepared himself. He thought that the guy who stole a source nest star like him was most likely Xue Ben's grandfather, the primordial beast that followed the primordial ancestor. Mosquito. But he didn't expect the truth to be like this. "Yes, it's him. And he's not like you before, just planting a wisp of primordial spirit as the demon god seed of the source nest." Xue Ben nodded and continued with a serious face. "According to my senses, he completely disintegrated himself in the core of this source nest star. His body and primordial spirit were mixed together, turning into a demon god seed to be born. Nurturing, it's like being reborn, living a second life. Crazy, absolutely crazy. No, this guy is crazy. The clone he left behind is the Mad Mosquito Emperor. His original body is obviously even crazier." Although the truth Xue Ben said was shocking, Yi Xian instantly believed it after hearing it. These source nest stars gave birth to chaos demon gods who controlled a primordial law. Obviously, it was not so easy to occupy the nest and seize it. At the very least, it was impossible for him to use ordinary methods of possession. Yi Xian had the devouring system, so he directly used the clone system attached to the system to separate a wisp of primordial spirit and completed all of this. But the same thing, if it was done by others, would definitely not be so simple. Even those who also had the devouring system in their bodies, such as the guys who lost to Yi Xian in the system competition task, although they also had the devouring system in their bodies, if they didn't activate the attached clone system like Yi Xian, obviously, they wouldn't be able to do it so easily. But the original body of the Mad Mosquito Emperor didn't want to let go of this great opportunity to steal the sky and live a second life. When the great wilderness world fully descended, he shook his body and turned into a powerful chaos demon god. Therefore he chose such a method. His body was disintegrated, and his primordial spirit returned to the void. In the end, everything was mixed together, turning into a demon god seed, occupying the source nest star. Chapter 43-53. After confirming that the demon god seed in the source nest star in front of him was actually the original body of the Mad Mosquito Emperor, Yi Xian immediately exclaimed, and then thought of the original body of the mosquito butcher, and then diverted his thoughts, thinking of more. At this moment, as his words came out of his mouth, Xue Ben and the elephant fox Martin were obviously stunned. They looked at Yi Xian in a daze, and then turned their heads to look at the source nest star thousands of miles away. For a moment, the three of them did not continue to speak, but the shock in their hearts could only be described as earth-shattering. This pit was too deep. If it was really as Yi Xian guessed, then, among the 3,000 source nest stars in the primordial void, how many had been stolen? It was impossible to estimate. Even the original body of Yi Xian, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the Old Devil Mosquito Butcher could think of this. How could some of the powerful figures and primordial masters who had survived from the collapse of the untainted land to the present? How could they not think of this? It seems that the reason why the netherworld furnace appeared in the rising forbidden land outside the star vortex of the primordial void is most likely related to these source nest stars. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian made a bolder guess again. Halfway through, his words came to an abrupt end, and his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. If that was the case, how many of the primordial masters and primordial masters of the primordial era, who were severely wounded in the Great War that destroyed the entire untainted world years ago, sneaked into the primordial void and occupied the source of the Chaos Fiend gods? The source nest star. This, I am afraid, is simply impossible to estimate. Moreover, if there were no accidents, not only the top creatures of the primordial era in the primeval heavens I camp had done so, but most likely the top creatures of the primordial era in the headless infant corpse camp had done so as well. Yi Xian had previously thought that the golden divine dragon, primordial Yuxia, and other existences that had perished in the primordial war had most likely all been nurtured and hibernating on a certain source hive star. Even Hanba, the corpse ancestor, the Nine Heavens mystic maiden, and other primordial beings who were only at the level of primordial great powers could live a second life. Why couldn't the primordial supremes who were stronger than them? As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Yi Xian was so shocked that his body trembled. If everything was as he had guessed, then, when the great wasteland world, which had already been shattered in the battle back then, reappeared and fully descended into the present world, the supreme experts of the primordial era who had already fallen in that battle would undoubtedly be Lulu. One after another, all of them appeared out of nowhere. He didn't know where Yi Xian was in that battle all those years ago. And this time, when the great wasteland world fully descended, Yi Xian, together with all the supreme experts of the two battalions, would appear at the same time and begin to compete. To him, what had once been a legend of the great wasteland had actually become a reality that was closely related to him in the near future. This change was too shocking, and no one could accept it if they were caught off guard. Forget it, this time it's a waste of effort. It's completely empty. After a moment of depression, Yi Xian quickly adjusted his mentality and sighed. Since we've already successfully occupied the nest and turned into a demon god to be nurtured on this source hive star, there will be a time when we meet in the future. As for now, it's useless for us to guard it. Anyway, there won't be any danger. Let's leave. After saying that, he waved his hand and stored Shui Ben and the elephant fox Martin into the space inside the Shenong cauldron in the undying world within his body. Then he directly activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability. It took him more than 3 months to come here. Now that he had to go back to the source of the summoning force in another direction, Yi Xian did not want to spend more than 3 months to return to the star domain where he had set off from. He directly activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability and launched an interstellar jump, arriving there in an instant. Whoosh! As the system's ability was fully activated, an undetectable dim light flashed quietly. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, Yi Xian's figure disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he had already crossed the endless void and returned to the star domain where he, Shui Ben, and the elephant fox Martin had set off from more than 3 months ago. In other words, they were near the source hive star where Yi Xian's power doppelganger was nurturing. Yi Xian flew rapidly in the other direction that Shui Ben had pointed to earlier for another day before stopping again. With a wave of his hand, he released Shui Ben and the elephant fox Martin from the space inside the Shenong cauldron. He's actually back? So fast? Boss, you have a lot of secrets? The two of them were stunned. They had only been put into the Shenong cauldron by Yi Xian for a day, and they actually came out so quickly. After looking around, they suddenly realized that something was wrong. The void they were in now was actually different from the star domain they had set off from more than 3 months ago. It was too far away. Thus, under the shock of their hearts, they immediately cried out in alarm. Yixian did not explain further, nor did he need to explain. Who in the starry sky did not have their own secrets? Very quickly, the three of them set off once again. This time, the destination they were heading to was obviously even further away. With Yi Xian's strength as a second-order emperor, it would take him more than 3 months to reach the source of the weaker summoning force. According to Shui Ben's senses, the other source where the summoning power was stronger seemed to be even further away. If that was the case, it would take at least 4 to 5 months to reach their destination, or even longer. This was indeed the case. This time, Yi Xian still ignored everything along the way. Even when he saw a nesting star on the left and right side of the road, he did not stop because of it. Even so, the three of them continued to travel at top speed. After more than 5 months, they still had not reached the source of the summoning power. After 5 months of rapid travel, not only did Yi Xian and the elephant fox Martin become more and more impatient, even Shui Ben himself was the same. Just as the three of them were feeling restless, a ray of light suddenly appeared at the end of their line of sight. Moreover, as the three of them continued to move forward at top speed, a ray of light came from the end of the void in front of them. The light also became brighter and brighter. This was clearly the rhythm of a star in the void in front of them that could emit light and heat. Since there was a star, there must be a life star. Thinking of this, the three of them all became excited. Chapter 43-54. At this moment, it was because Yi Xian, Shui Ben, and the elephant fox mink were still very far away from it. Moreover, the primordial void, which was its background, was also a deep darkness. Therefore, it was only because of this that the Milky Way was completely covered in it. Therefore, the galaxy was displayed in front of Yi Xian and the other two. As far as the eye could see, there were countless stars in the entire Milky Way star field. There were also countless stars that could emit light and heat. With a rough estimate, its vastness was probably comparable to any of the 3 great starry skies of the current era. Staring at the Milky Way hanging in the starry sky, Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Unknowingly, the rise and fall of his chest became intense, and his breathing became incomparably rapid. He was carefully identifying the characteristics of the galaxies hanging in the vast Milky Way star field. Soon, Yi Xian's eyes became brighter and brighter, because he found some clues. He began to whisper with incomparable excitement, "That's the Large Magellanic Nebula, and the Small Magellanic Nebula. Right, that's Orion's arm, and the Sun, Jupiter. Hiss. It's it. This is the Milky Way star field, the Milky Way star field in my memory." At the end of his sentence, Yi Xian let out a gasp of cold air. His body was so excited that it trembled slightly. He saw that not far from the sun, there was an aqua-blue star. That was the place where his life was born. It had been sealed in his memory for countless years, but now, he saw it again in the vast void of the universe. Moreover, in the legend of the primordial war, after the entire vast primordial great world collapsed, the mother planet and a huge star field around it were swept away by a mysterious will from the primordial void. Yi Xian was now in the primordial void. At the end of the void in front of him, there was another vast star field that looked like the Milky Way. Obviously, this vast star field that looked like the Milky Way was the mother planet and its surroundings that had been swept away back then. Star field. At this moment, Yi Xian could finally confirm that the legendary mysterious mother planet of the primordial era was actually the aqua-blue planet in his memory. However, Yi Xian was born on this planet a long time ago. Yes, even if he returned now, things would have already changed. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was filled with endless emotions. After confirming that the Milky Way star was right in front of him, and that there was an aqua-blue planet that was closely related to him not far from the Orion's arm, he wanted to rush forward. Yi's eye was 8. Right at this moment, just as Yi Xian was about to rush out, the elephantine lying in his right shoulder suddenly reminded him. Shui Ben did the same. With vigilance in his eyes, he pointed to the right and said, "Although the Milky Way star system in front of us is most likely the star field where the mother planet is located, in fact, the strong summoning force I sensed came from the right. The distant void on the side is definitely not within this Milky Way star system. In addition, the dark void that leads directly to this Milky Way star system doesn't seem to be very safe. Previously, all of Yi Xian's attention was attracted by the vast Milky Way star field at the end of his line of sight. He didn't notice anything else at all. At this moment, when he heard the Elephantine and Shui Ben's reminders at the same time, he was stunned for a moment before regaining his senses. He quickly extended his divine sense and deliberately concealed it. After a while, Yi Xian's face instantly darkened, because the situation was just as Shui Ben had said. First, it was not the surrounding areas in other directions of the Milky Way star field, but only the straight path leading to this Milky Way star field in front of him. The void of the universe would definitely not be peaceful. Since entering this primordial void, Yi Xian had not encountered any living creatures for about 3 years. But now, there were clearly a large number of life auras in front of him. There were so many of them that it gave people the feeling that they had encountered a forbidden space outside the primordial void, or a remnant star field. The situation is indeed a bit strange. There are so many life auras in a random direction, and all of them are very powerful. Yi Xian murmured in worry. From this situation, if nothing unexpected happens, the Milky Way star field at the end of the line of sight is most likely surrounded from all directions. There are countless starry sky experts, ferocious beasts, and remnant people waiting. Looking at it, a pack of wolves is waiting, a tiger is eyeing covetously. Moreover, this situation is probably not recent. On the side, Shui Ben nodded slightly and continued Yi Xian's words. So many starry sky experts, ferocious beasts, and remnant people have obviously gathered after a long time. This is enough to explain one problem, and that is the Milky Way star field in front of us. Most likely, there is some kind of mysterious invisible force protecting this star field. Just like those nests, it is impossible to enter. Otherwise, with a pack of wolves surrounding us from all directions, how could those fellows who were eyeing us covetously have the patience to wait outside the entire time? Roar! As soon as Shui Ben finished speaking, an earth-shattering roar of a ferocious beast suddenly came from the end of the void in front of them. The 3 of them were shocked and turned their heads at the same time. They saw a huge ferocious beast more than 1,000,000 feet in size, rushing out of an abandoned star, screech. Immediately afterward, as if in response, an extremely sharp screech immediately sounded from an abandoned star in the other direction. A pitch-black ferocious bird with a wingspan of 1,000,000 feet flew out, shooting towards the huge ferocious beast that had just roared. These 2 fellows quickly fought each other. The aura of cultivation emitted from their bodies was actually that of the Emperor Immortal realm. As the great battle unfolded, boundless strength Qi instantly wreaked havoc in the dark void in front of them. One by one, the abandoned stars could not withstand the pressure of this level and exploded one after another. However, everything was far from over. After a few breaths, as the 2 ferocious birds and ferocious beasts fought in the void, in the other directions of the dark void at the end of their line of sight, there were violent roars and angry roars one after another, or there was no hint of concealment at all. There were powerful divine sense auras. There were at least dozens or hundreds of them. Moreover, the weakest of these auras were at the Marquis Immortal realm, the King realm was the mainstream, and there were also many Emperor realm experts. Chapter 43-55. The situation is a bit complicated. Why don't you 2 hide in Shenong Cauldron for a while? Yi Xian's expression was solemn. He thought for a while, then turned to Shui Ben and Elephant Fox Martin and said, so many emperors and emperors popped up out of nowhere, and it seems that the void space ahead is filled with a huge amount of life force. Even the weakest of them is at the undying level. Such a situation wouldn't happen even in a top-tier forbidden land with an emperor guarding it outside the Hongmeng void space. That's why I suspect that this is a top-tier forbidden land, and there may be more than one. Maybe the entire Milky Way star field is filled with such powerful beings. If that's the case, I dare not say that there are universe masters and universe supremes, but at least universe knights here. Even though I have a way to escape from such beings, I can't guarantee that I'll be fine. If you two stay outside, the moment something happens, the chances of you escaping safely are almost zero. Yi Xian stopped talking as Shui Ben and Elephant Fox Martin understood what he meant. They had been following Yi Xian for a while. Originally, they didn't know about the cultivation levels of emperors and what level of power the top-tier forbidden lands were. But now, after Yi Xian's explanation, the two of them were already clear about this. In this vast void space fragment of the universe, the forbidden lands were ruled by the beasts, and the remnant star field was ruled by the survivors of the primordial era. However, both the forbidden lands and the remnant star field could be divided into two categories according to the level of power. The first category, lords, emperors, and emperors ruled the small, medium, large and top-tier forbidden lands. The second category, universe knights, universe masters, universe supremes, primordial great beings, and primordial supreme beings. They ruled 5 minor forbidden lands, which were divided into elementary, intermediate, advanced, pinnacle, and supreme. Forbidden lands. In the star field ahead, there were more than a dozen auras of emperors and space beasts. It was at least a beginner forbidden land, and there was at least one universe knight there. Yi Xian was only an emperor, and a universe knight was 2 realms higher than him. It was already extremely dangerous for him to sneak in alone. If he had 2 emperors by his side, the situation would be dire. What's more, the place in front of them was at least a beginner-level ultimate forbidden area, and it was only in one direction of the edge of the Milky Way star field. The entire Hongmeng void space was dark, and only the Milky Way star field emitted a large amount of light and heat. It was as bright as the Milky Way, so it must have attracted countless powerful beings from the Hongmeng void space. Hence, the other directions at the edge of the Milky Way star field was at least a beginner forbidden land, and it was possible that there were even stronger intermediate and advanced supreme forbidden lands. With Shui Ben and the elephant fox ferret only being titled emperors, there was nothing much for them to do in such a place. There was basically nothing for them to do here. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, Shui Ben and Elephant Fox Martin exchanged glances again. Elephant Fox Martin didn't say anything else and nodded silently. However, Shui Ben seemed to be deep in thought. Yi Xian wasn't in a hurry. He waved his hand and put Elephant Fox Martin into Shenong Cauldron, then waited quietly for his response. "Brother Yi Xian, I want to go there," Shui Ben said. After pondering for a while, Shui Ben's eyes flashed and the expression on his face gradually became firm. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed in the direction he had mentioned before. "I can feel that there is a very strong bloodline summoning force in that direction. If I'm not wrong, the source of this summoning force should be a pure-blooded, desolate, ancient, fierce mosquito, and it's closely related to me. It's most likely my grandfather. Besides, his aura is very strong. I feel that it's far stronger than the auras of the dozens of emperor-level fierce beasts ahead. Perhaps it's the universe knight or even universe master you mentioned. If we can find him, it will be of great significance to our current situation. Hence, it's definitely worth a try. However, there are many life auras of fierce mosquito beasts in that direction. If that's a supreme forbidden land, there's an 80% chance that it's a gathering place of fierce mosquito beasts. If that's the case, it won't be dangerous for me to enter alone. However, you're not a fierce mosquito beast, so you can't enter at all." Speaking of this, Shui Ben paused for a moment before continuing. "We don't know much about the most powerful forbidden areas around this Milky Way star field. If you investigate alone, the progress is obviously a bit too slow. On the other hand, if I can find the source of the summoning force in this gathering place of the fierce mosquito beasts, it's very likely that I'll be able to get a lot of information easily. Hence, the two of us can start at the same time." "That makes sense," Shui Ben said. After hearing Shui Ben's words, Yi Xian subconsciously frowned. Although the current Shui Ben was already an undying emperor, compared to such a powerful forbidden area, his little bit of strength was simply not enough. Yi Xian was still worried about his safety. However, Shui Ben wasn't his subordinate. They were sworn brothers. Since Shui Ben had made his choice, the only thing Yi Xian could do was to respect his decision. Otherwise, the meaning of their relationship would change. Thinking of this, Yi Xian faintly sighed. He raised his hand and lightly patted Xueben's shoulder as he warned, "All right, brother Xueben, you just have to be careful. I hope that we can reunite again soon, Xiao." After he finished speaking, Yi Xian waved his hand and sent out a small spatial box filled with a large amount of top-grade cultivation resources. It slowly floated over and landed in Xueben's hands. "Take these cultivation resources with you. The resources in the primordial chaos void are scarce, so I still have more on me. Don't delay your progress because of these. If that's the case, then we'll part ways here. Brother Yi Xian, take care." Xueben didn't reject too much. He and Yi Xian didn't need this. After keeping the small space box in his hand, he patted Yi Xian's shoulder and didn't say anything else. He turned around and shot to the right, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 4356. Roar. Screech. The earth-shattering roars of the ferocious beasts could be heard. The battle between the two emperor-level ferocious beasts was still going on. Yi Xian retracted his aura but did not conceal his body. He did not conceal his cultivation level either because there was no need to do so in this terrifying place. Two ferocious beasts that jumped out of nowhere were both emperor-level existences like him. From time to time, there would be Thear-cranked divine senses scanning the area. Under such circumstances, his second-level emperor-level cultivation level was not very eye-catching. If he deliberately concealed his cultivation level to below that of a king-level emperor, the effect would be the opposite. Faced with the shocking battle between two emperor-level existences, even ordinary king-level ferocious beasts did not dare to show themselves, let alone marca-level ferocious beasts. At this moment, most of them were hiding in their nests, trembling in fear. After traveling for about 200 to 300 million miles, the density of stars in the surrounding void suddenly increased tremendously. Looking around, every tens of millions of miles, there would be 1 or 2 stars. Although this was normal in the 3 main dimensions of the universe, in this primordial void, it was no different from a miracle. Yi Xian had been in this primordial void for many years. Basically, he had to travel in the same direction for more than half a month before he saw an abandoned star or a nesting star that nurtured a chaos demon god. However, in this place, with his second-level emperor-level cultivation level, there were at least tens of thousands of stars in the range of his divine senses. Moreover, from the trajectory of these stars, it was obvious that they did not belong here originally. If he was not mistaken, they must have been moved here by the horde of ferocious beasts with terrifying cultivation levels. When one reached the king level, they would have the terrifying means and ability to move stars in the universe. Of course, king-level experts could only move stars of average size. If they wanted to move huge stars, they would need to be at least an emperor. As for super-huge stars like the chaos demon god's nests, only king-level existences could move them. Even Yi Xian did not have the ability to do so now. Just from this point alone, one could see some problems. In the vast Milky Way at the end of his line of sight, there were more stars of all kinds. There were even a large number of stars that emitted light and heat, as well as stars that were full of life. That included the mysterious homeworld, which was also within the vast Milky Way. It was precisely this time that these powerful ferocious beasts of the stars were attracted here, but from how they spared no effort to move one star after another from the distant void to this place, making it an easy place to hibernate, this vast expanse was full of life. The boundless Milky Way star field was impossible to enter in a short period of time. Even universe knights and universe masters could only wait patiently outside the border of the Milky Way star domain, like other emperors and emperors, let alone emperors and universe knights. They could only bring their own nests and wait patiently outside the border of the Milky Way star domain. This was something that Yi Xian had already guessed before he entered the border of the Milky Way star domain. Now, as he carefully entered the border of the Milky Way star domain and went deep inside, everything that he saw proved his guess. It confirmed his guess. Out of caution, Yi Xian did not go straight into the area where the 2 emperor-level ferocious beasts of the stars were fighting. Instead, he deviated slightly and went diagonally to the left. Moreover, he deliberately avoided the void areas where 1 or 2 emperor-level divine senses extended from time to time, so as not to inadvertently disturb them and be targeted by some ferocious beast great emperor. That would be bad. With Yi Xian's current cultivation level and strength, he had to be careful. Therefore, he had no other choice but to immediately activate his interstellar coordinate jump ability to escape. As he went deeper, Yi Xian gradually gained a certain understanding of this forbidden area where countless powerful ferocious beasts of the stars gathered. Half a month later, when he went deep into the central region of this forbidden area, he unintentionally encountered a first-order emperor ferocious beast. It was actually the same bloodline form as Yi Xian's. It was also a ferocious ape. What made him even more pleasantly surprised was that this starry sky berserk ape was actually extremely hospitable. It suddenly met a fellow clansman, and one that was on par with him in terms of cultivation, so it was extremely happy. It actually took the initiative to pull Yi Xian to his lair planet, Chinchong. This was an excellent opportunity for Yi Xian to understand the situation of this forbidden area as soon as possible. He could even understand the situation of the other forbidden areas and star regions around the vast Milky Way. In fact, Yi Xian had been waiting for such an opportunity. However, he did not dare to act rashly and take the initiative to talk to some powerful ferocious beasts. He also did not dare to start hunting and searching in this environment where so many emperors and thearchs were around. So soon, Yi Xian took advantage of the situation and entered his lair with the ferocious ape. After arriving at the surface of this planet, Yi Xian discovered that there were actually a large number of weaker ferocious beasts on the planet. Most of them were from the ferocious ape clan, and there were even a dozen half-step emperor realm ferocious ape among them. This was the ferocious ape's bloodline descendant and its subordinate army. In order to open the conversation, Yi Xian generously took out some top-grade cultivation resources. They were all rare spirit fruits in the starry sky, as well as all kinds of spirit wines he had collected over a long time. This ferocious ape was obviously very good at this. It shrank its body to the size of an ordinary human, held the wine jar, and drank it down its throat. The two of them drank more than a dozen jars, and the atmosphere gradually became harmonious. Only then did the chatterbox open. 3 days later, when Yi Xian took his leave in a timely manner and politely gave him another 1,000 jars of spirit wine, he left. He was very interested in this forbidden area and the surrounding areas, including the vast Milky Way that emitted light and heat in the heart of the void in front of him. He already had a certain degree of understanding of the general situation. All in all, the situation was worrisome, and it made his heart heavy. Right now, the supreme forbidden area that Yi Xian was in was indeed an elementary supreme forbidden area. The strongest people guarding this place were 3 universe knights who had reached the middle stage of the universe realm. Other than these 3 universe knights, there were hundreds of emperors and hundreds of emperors in this beginner forbidden area. Their powers were so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. And in this vast beginner forbidden area, those who were qualified to move about in the void usually had to be at least undying level ferocious beasts. Chapter 4357. This was only one of the elementary supreme forbidden areas. In fact, there were more than a dozen powers surrounding this vast Milky Way. Among the gathering places of these powers, there were supreme forbidden areas where space beasts gathered and supreme star areas where the survivors of the primordial era were active. Among the 2 most powerful places, one was an intermediate forbidden area where there were terrifying beasts at the level of a universe master, and the other was a star area where there were 2 universe masters at the level of a primordial era survivor. These dozen or so large forces divided up the surrounding void next to the vast Milky Way, and in the gap between these dozen or so large forces, as well as the area behind them, there were a large number of small forces, and even some scattered beasts like rogue cultivators, and the survivors of the primordial era. The reason why these powerful beasts and survivors gathered here was to wait for the opportunity to enter the vast Milky Way star area in front of them. The entire Milky Way star area was protected by an invisible force field, which was suspected to be related to the dark primordial void space and was of a very high level. A long time ago, several powerful universe masters joined forces and tried to force their way in. In the end, not only did they not succeed, but they also triggered a backlash from the force field, which killed 2 universe masters on the spot. Since then, no one dared to try it again, fearing that they might get themselves killed. However, there were 2 powerful universe masters in the tribe of the survivors, and a powerful ferocious beast with a special bloodline who was good at the path of deduction started to deduce together. The final conclusion was that the Milky Way star area was not fully open yet, but that moment was not far away. However, the specific time had not been deduced. According to Yi Xian's speculation, the time when the layer of the invisible primordial void space that enveloped the Milky Way star area was fully open should be when the primordial era fully arrived, or some time after that. At that time, once this layer of invisible primordial void space was fully open, the powerful beasts and survivors outside the Milky Way star area would undoubtedly immediately rush in to plunder resources, occupy the ancestral star, and seize the great luck of this round of the primordial era. This made Yi Xian feel extremely heavy on his shoulders, and there was a sense of urgency. After all, he was only at the first level of Emperor, which was 2 full realms away from becoming a universe knight, not to mention the 5 knights, who were only the 5 most powerful ones. He was the first to break through to the next realm. Besides that, Yi Xian also obtained another piece of news from the violent star ape. Half a year ago, a netherworld furnace had appeared at the edge of another elementary-level forbidden area in the distance. However, when the news spread and a universe master rushed over to collect it, the Dark Cauldron, which was suspected to be a primordial treasure from the primordial age, suddenly disappeared without a trace. This news shocked Yi Xian. He had originally thought that the netherworld cauldron was still in the forbidden land of rising sun outside the small star vortex in the primordial chaos void. But now, it seemed that this was just his wishful thinking. A few years had already passed, and the netherworld furnace had clearly entered this primordial void through some sort of channel. Based on this, it was clear that the reason it had come to the forbidden land of rising sun was to enter the primordial void. Their ultimate goal was undoubtedly the mysterious ancestral star in the vast Milky Way ahead. After receiving this news, Yi Xian was shocked. However, after thinking about it, he felt less uneasy. After all, although the Milky Way star domain, where the ancestral star was located, had been exposed, and even the netherworld furnace had found its way here, the entire Milky Way star domain was still protected by an invisible primordial chaos force field. If there were no accidents, the barren heaven path green eyes would not be able to force their way in. As a result, the Milky Way star region and the ancestral star would be safe before the arrival of the Great Change. Yi Xian could completely calm his heart and hibernate in the primordial chaos void. At the same time, he would raise his own cultivation and secretly increase the overall combat strength of his faction. Once he made up his mind, he immediately turned around and did not continue forward. The deeper he went, the more Thear-cranked formidable martial artists' divine senses appeared in the spatial zone. The frequency of them appearing was increasing. If he continued to move forward, the chances of accidents happening would increase greatly. Anyway, he had already obtained the results he wanted to investigate. At this time, he should withdraw and leave this primary-level forbidden area. He should go to the star domains where the small factions and scattered great beings were gathered. Or, he could go to the void further behind. Half a month later, Yi Xian retreated from this primary-level forbidden area and returned to the void where Shui Ben had left. However, he did not stay there. Instead, he continued to retreat. What he wanted now was to find a star to lay low in. The Source Nest star was the best choice. Yi Xian used the devouring system in his body to deduce. In the end, he came to a conclusion. If the core energy of the Source Nest star that was used to nurture the Chaos Demon Gods was destroyed, then this Source Nest star would be destroyed. The 3,000 Chaos Demon Gods that would appear in the future would be one less Chaos Demon God. Yi Xian planned to do this now. He decided to find a Source Nest star where the Demon God seed had yet to germinate and kill the Demon God seed. Then, he would use the huge amount of energy that was used to nurture this Demon God seed to nurture his own subordinates. His subordinates' army. This was definitely a waste of God's gift. There were not many nests of chaos in the primordial void, and they were very difficult to find. Even if they were found, it was very likely that the demon god seed in the star core had already sprouted, and it was impossible to enter. It could be said that it was extremely difficult to find a nesting star that contained a demon god seed that had yet to germinate. It was definitely a small probability event. Yi Xian had been wandering around the primordial chaos void for a few years, and there was also the elephant fox ferret. With the help of the devouring system in his body, he had only encountered a few nests of chaos. If other powerful beasts or remnant experts were to find such a profitable source nest star, and at the same time, they had the ability to steal the sky and replace it, no matter who it was, they would consider themselves and replace the demon god seed in the star core. For example, the true body of the Mad Mosquito Emperor had done this. Only Yi Xian would come up with such a crazy plan. He would use a nest of chaos that was used to nurture chaos demon gods as a waste of God's gift to increase the battle strength of his subordinates' army. In the following time, he once again began his aimless journey in the void. His only goal was to find a source nest star where the demon god seed had yet to germinate. This search went on for half a year in the blink of an eye, but he still didn't find anything. Just as Yi Xian was feeling a little impatient and was wondering if he should take a step back and use an ordinary abandoned star as his base camp. Just as he was about to set up camp and settle down for the time being, in a remote star domain at the end of his line of sight, he suddenly saw something. Chapter 4358. After more than half a year of painstaking searching, Yi Xian finally found another origin nest star that had yet to germinate with the demon god seed within it. This harvest was too rare, and it was completely the result of luck. Yi Xian was afraid that something unexpected would happen if he delayed any longer. Without any hesitation, his figure flashed and shot forward at an extremely fast speed. Half a day later, the huge nest star was already right in front of him. Yi Xian's figure flashed and landed directly on the surface of the star, and immediately rushed towards the core area deep underground. After a while, he entered the core area. Due to the incomparably large size of the origin nest star, even its inner core was extremely vast, about the same diameter as an ordinary star. The entire core was filled with energy crystals of various colors. It was not a simple matter to nurture a chaos demon god. Not only were there many kinds of laws and energies, but they were also so complicated that it made one's hair stand on end. The nurturing of life was originally the most profound thing in the universe. It was a profound matter. In the center of these countless energy crystals, there was a blood-green prismatic crystal. It was about 10 feet tall, and there was a faint wisp of obscure vitality emanating from it. In the entire huge origin nest star, whether it was the surface of the star outside or the core of the hinterland where Yi Xian was currently located, only this blood-green prismatic crystal had a faint wisp of vitality. Without a doubt, the chaos demon god born by this origin nest star was within this blood-green prismatic crystal. However, it could not be considered a complete life form yet, because the seed had yet to germinate, and it did not have the chance to germinate. Whoosh! With a flash of cold light in his eyes, Yi Xian waved his hand and shot out an invisible force. In the blink of an eye, the blood-green prismatic crystal was shattered into pieces, turning into a large piece of blood-green crystal fragments that scattered on the ground. Almost at the same time, the faintly discernible aura of vitality completely disappeared and could no longer be sensed. This seemingly simple move shattered the demon god seed nurtured by this origin nest star. At this point, the entire star was half crippled. Even if it was found again, because the blood-green prismatic crystal that nurtured the demon god seed had already shattered. It was impossible for him to steal the sky and change the sun, use this place to achieve himself, live a second life, and transform into a chaos demon god. Although it was a pity, this was the result that Yi Xian wanted. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian shot out a ray of light. It was the giant life fortress of the Longyi. Last time, Yi Xian had already found an energy that was suitable for the rapid transformation and evolution of the giant life fortress. Moreover, it was very large, so he directly threw all of it into the second floor of the giant life fortress, filling it to the brim. Calm. After such a long time, the giant life fortress had clearly become a size larger. It was now the size of 2 galactic battleships, But the growth of the giant life fortress was far from over. It was still in a slow but continuous process of transformation and growth. The reason why he brought out the life cork was because this was the core of a source hive star. The energy in the environment was much denser, and it was beneficial to the transformation and evolution of the world worm. On the other hand, Yixian had already planned to turn this source nest star into his base camp in the primordial chaos star domain. Right now, he had to set up camp in the star core, so he needed a place to stay. Of course, the more important reason was that Gui Hai Dao, Song Qingyu, Ying Tai, and 10,000 other demon soldiers were cultivating in seclusion inside the giant life fortress of the Longyi. Taking out the great fortress of life and setting up camp in the core of this source hive star like the seed of a demon god, the 10,000 trusted demon scouts who were cultivating in seclusion could also walk out of the great fortress at any time and absorb the crystal energy that could be seen everywhere in the core. Quantity. After doing all of this, Yixian pondered for a moment, then quickly waved his hand again. This time, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out continuously. After landing on the ground, they instantly transformed into ferocious beasts of different sizes. This time, when Yixian left the forbidden land of phoenix blood with the green ox and the elephant fox marten, apart from the 10,000 demon soldiers cultivating in seclusion in the giant life fortress of the Longyi, he only brought along the 4 great kinetic races in the 4-star battle towers, as well as the Shenong cauldron. The 8 great guardian deities, the flying centipede, and old monster Inji. The entire nomadic army in space, including the ferocious beast army under the green ox, the captive army, and the remnant army, were all left in the forbidden land of phoenix blood to recuperate and develop quietly. If nothing unexpected happened after that old fellow green ox returned, once the green ox returned, he would have replaced Yixian as the acting leader of the entire nomadic army. However, before the green ox left, there was still an army of 10 million ferocious beasts left in the hands of Yixian. Back in the behemoth forest, Yixian started a massacre. The bloody massacre lasted for half a day. In the end, more than 80% of the countless ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Land were killed. Only 15% of the ferocious beasts were left alive under the green ox's deliberate selection. He kept the remaining ferocious beasts and kept them under his command. When he returned to the Phoenix Bloodstar region in the future, he would be incorporated into the ferocious beast army under the green ox. There were more than 10 million ferocious beasts left alive, including 10 marquee undyings and close to 100 normal undyings. As the green ox returned to the forbidden land of Phoenix blood alone, these 10 million ferocious beasts were kept in the Shenong cauldron by Yixian. At this moment, he waved his hand and summoned these 10 million ferocious beasts. Along with them were the 8 great guardian deities, the flying centipede, and old monster Silver G. After all the ferocious beasts were summoned, they stood in a large group in the star core. All of them were extremely quiet. They were intimidated by the emperor aura that permeated Yixian's body. They did not even dare to breathe. However, the flying centipede, old monster Silver G, and the 8 great guardian deities were not so obedient. As soon as they saw Yixian, these 10 fellows immediately gathered with smiles on their faces. The last time they saw these fellows in the Shenong cauldron was a few years ago. Back then, the flying centipede was a marquee undyings rank 2 great guardian deities. After the 8 great guardian deities broke through to the undyings rank 2 great guardian deities, they had 2 more breakthroughs. Their strength was at the undyings rank. Even old monster Silver G had reached the undyings rank 7 great guardian deities. After 2 more breakthroughs, he would need to consume a level 21 elixir to break through to the marquee rank 2 great guardian deities. Now, after a few years, the flying centipede had become a marquee rank 9 great perfection undyings. Old monster Silver G had also broken through the normal undyings rank 2 great guardian deities. Chapter 4359. Boss, if you don't show up soon, we'll be worried to death. Yes, 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 of the 8 of us, the last one to reach the perfect level 9 undying realm did so half a year ago. Yet, we haven't had a level 21 treasure pill, we haven't been able to break through, we're almost at a loss. This energy, boss, you've become an emperor? Impressive, bro, It's only been a few years and you've already become an emperor. It's so fast that it makes me speechless. Don't talk so much. Boss, give me the supreme pill first. It's already time for me to break through, but I don't have a level 21 supreme pill. I've failed several times, and the accumulated energy in my body is about to explode. When they saw Yi Xian, the 8 great guardian deities were pleasantly surprised. Immediately after, they all had long faces as they bitterly moved closer to Yi Xian. For a moment, they went back and forth, complaining to each other. Xiu! Xiu xiu xiu. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly, yet he felt awkward. Without saying much, he waved his hand and gave the pills away. This time, not only did the 8 receive a level 21 treasure pill for breaking through to the official level, they even received a level 21 treasure pill to help them break through to the official level. Yi Xian had also given them the level 22 treasure pills to help them break through to the emperor level. Of course, this included the flying centipede and old monster Yingji. Not only did Yi Xian give these 2 old fellows a level 22 regal pill, he also gave each of them a level 23 regal pill that was used to break through to the emperor realm. As a result, Yi Xian only had 1 level 23 emperor treasure pill left. He needed to think of a way to hunt king-ranked fierce beasts and refine the king-ranked blood essence to refine the level 23 emperor treasure pill. However, there were still quite a number of level 22 emperor treasure pills, a total of 30 of them. There were even more level 21 emperor treasure pills, with over 500 left. They wouldn't be in a rush for the time being. Boss, thank you. Where is this? The energy here is so dense. Why do you care so much? This is the boss's business. Who are you to butt in? Yes. Our cultivation levels are still too weak. We have to hurry back. With the treasure pills in hand, these 10 fellows immediately became restless. Their faces were filled with excitement as they urged Yi Xian to immediately keep them in the Shen-Nong cauldron. It was clear that he was racing against time to begin his closed-door training again. Don't worry, there's no need for you all to return to the Shen-Nong cauldron for now. It's the same for you all to break through in this star core. In the future, this will be our base, and we won't be leaving anytime soon. Speaking until this point, Yi Xian turned around and glanced at the huge army of beasts. He waved his hand, the 10 million beasts in the army, and the 10 million beasts in the army. Finally, he looked at the group of higher-ups and ordered, "You all heard what I said just now. From now on, this will be our base." This is a huge star. The diameter of the star core is extremely vast. Even if there are 100 times more people, it can still fit inside. Also, this space is filled with all sorts of top-grade energy crystals. This Star Master doesn't have any restrictions. If you need them, you can use them as you wish. This includes the various levels of precious pills that can be used to break through the bottleneck of a major realm. This Star Master has opened up the supply. When you reach the great circle of the 9th step of a major realm, you can directly apply for them one by one. When the time comes, they will naturally be issued. The only requirement is for everyone to quickly raise your strength as much as possible. Because the great calamity is coming, if your strength is too weak, you won't have a chance to survive. Other than this star core, the surface of the star outside can also be moved around freely. However, this space is very dangerous and there are very few stars. Even abandoned stars are rare, and there aren't many resources. Hence, if you want to leave the star for a stroll, you won't be too far away. Also, the 10 million beast army is divided into 10 small armies, each of which is 1 million. Each army is led by 1 official undying and 10 normal undyings. They will take turns to patrol the surface of the planet. The moment there's any movement in the space outside the planet, will be the first to report. If anything happens, time will tell. At this point, Yi Xian turned to Flying Centipede, Old Monster Yingji, and the 8 Great Vajra. Each of you will be in charge of one of the 10 patrol armies, and you will take turns to patrol the surface of the star. The rotation period is 1 month. After that, Yi Xian didn't say anything else and shot toward the Long Yihao Life Fortress at the center of the star core. This Star Master is in seclusion on the top floor of the fortress. If you have something important to report, enter the fortress and find the demon scouts. They will naturally find a way to wake me up. Yi Xian found a nesting star in the primordial space, destroyed the demon god seed in the core of the star, and took over the nesting star as though it was a waste of natural resources. He settled down and set up camp on this nesting star. At the same time, the three main planes of the universe that he had been away from for a long time were also in turmoil. Yi Xian had left. To be more precise, it was the battleship army formed by the major forces of the three main planes of the universe that left and entered the mysterious void crack in the Shadow Devil Star region of the second universe. It had been more than 10 years since the exploration of the mysterious void crack began. Over the past 10 years, all the major forces of the three main planes of the universe and countless great beings of the universe had been paying close attention to this void crack in the Shadow Devil Star region of the second universe. Everyone was anxiously waiting, hoping that a battleship or even a great being of the universe would walk out of this void crack. If that was the case, they would at least be able to understand the situation inside this void crack. They would also know the general situation of the countless great beings of the universe from the three main planes that had entered this void crack more than 10 years ago. Unfortunately, such a simple expectation was like an extravagant hope. Until now, thousands of days and nights had passed, but it had yet to come true. Over the past 10 years, the major forces of the three main planes had sent battleship legions of various sizes, or teams of great beings of the universe, into this void crack one after another. Before entering, they had specifically instructed